Hello, good morning and welcome. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufu Obuatin. It's another wonderful day to go out there and make a difference. And so, do your best, play your part, and together, let us make Ghana a beautiful place to stay in. You're welcome to the show. It promises to be very interactive, very engaging, very informative as well. So send us your thoughts, your comments, your contributions, and let us do our best to read them out for you. The WhatsApp number is on your screens. And of course, you can join us on socials. We're live on YouTube. We're on Facebook, very engaging on X, very interactive on IG, Instagram. And you can enjoy some video content from Channel 1 Television, exciting video content from Channel 1 Television on TikTok. So please go follow our socials, all right? And of course, engage our post, like, comment, share, reshare, and of course, tag other people to also share and reshare. You understand? But you're welcome to that show. Let's tell you about the Agri Fair, which is happening this weekend. Okay, today is Wednesday, so we'll have tomorrow in between us and the Agri Fair. Agri Fair is happening from Friday the 28th of November, Saturday the 29th of November, and we climax it all on Sunday the 30th of November at the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park right here in the heart of Accra, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. And we want all of you, all right, from the east to the west to the north to the south, the middle belt, everyone join us at the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park and let us feed on what our gallant farmers have grown for us. You know, Farmers Day is also just around the corner. So this is our own way of contributing to celebrating our heroes on the farms. They sweat, they toil, they till the land, they plant. And then, of course, when they harvest, we have to buy their produce. And so all farmers are coming to the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park with their fresh farm produce, their poultry products, livestock, just name it, veggies, crops, fruits, fresh, of course. They're bringing all to the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park on the 28th, 29th, and the 30th of November. And we're inviting you to join us because it's free for you, all right? All you got to do is load up your wallets, your purses, your Momo, and come to the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park and come and appreciate the beauty of Ghanaian agriculture, the beauty of Ghanaian cultivation, the beauty of Ghanaian agric innovation, all right? And let's do our own shopping for our Bronya celebration. You see, when you come to the Agri Fair, there is enough to buy to store up throughout the entire month of December. So please come and come prepared to buy and to shop. So if you're a farmer with fresh produce, fresh farm produce, or you're into fish farming, poultry, or livestock, then this is your moment. The highly anticipated Agri Fair 2025 is here, and we're bringing harvest vibes like never before. It's from Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November 2025 at the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. And whether you're exhibiting or exploring, the Agri Fair is the place to be. Experience the best in fresh fruits and vegetables, poultry and livestock, fish and aquaculture, agro inputs and machinery, and innovative agri-tech solutions. Plus, like I've been saying, every Channel 1 event, every city event, there's always a plus, all right? There's always something special that we throw in there. And so this year, we're throwing in the Agri Clinics, all right? So join our special Agri Clinics. Register to learn about snail farming, and wow. And then, of course, we'll have some sessions on poultry production as well, fish farming, and piggery. Rachas. We'll be doing piggery. So if you want to learn about pig farming or rearing pigs, going into pig farming, please join us at the Agri Fair. And of course, you should expect some sizzling kebabs, some farm-to-table deals, and a farmer's market energy like no other. So come, network, trade, learn, and grow. All you got to do is call us 0558 973 973. 0558 973 973. Now you're calling for two main things: to register and pay to participate. All right, this is for the exhibitors, the farmers, the poultry producers, the fish farmers, those in aquaculture, those with agric input, agro mechanic equipment, those with agric innovation and tech. Call us, register, pay, and book your spot. All right. Now the second is for those who are looking to engage in the agri clinics. All right, call us, register to participate in the agri clinics. And so the number is 0558 973 973. Please call now. Yesterday you should have seen the crowd here who came to make payments. At this point, it's not even registration anymore. You should have seen the crowd here. Those who came here to make payments for the Agri Fair, to secure a spot to exhibit, and also to secure a seat at the Agri Clinic. So I don't know what you are still waiting for. This last minute things that we do, you might lose out. So call now, as I'm speaking. Call the number 0558 973 973. Call now. All right. The Agri Fair is powered by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM, and it's proudly sponsored by IDH, the Horticulture Business Platform HBP, the Development Bank Ghana DBG, Legacy Crop Improvement Center LCIC, Gesal, and then you have Ghana Exim Bank, you have Agri Impacts Limited, and of course we are supported by Twellium Industrial Company Limited. So thank you to all of these organizations, IDH, HBP, DBG, LCIC, Gesal, Ghana Exim Bank, and Agri Impacts Limited, as well as thank you to TWI, Twellium Industrial Limited. Thank you, and for you out there, please show up at the Agri Fair 2025, the November edition, and let's do our Christmas shopping together. Let's buy all the fresh vegetables, the fresh fruits, and of course the fresh meat and fish. You understand? Let's take it home. Let's serve the burgers when they come for the bronya. You get it? But after serving and feeding the burgers, they need to chill. They need to burn all the calories that they've come down to eat. Because surely out there, you know what they are eating. Those things, they are not healthy. You understand? So when they come and you do their benkwan, katin, konto and everything for them, and they chop and they are satisfied, they need to dance. You understand? They need to chill up. They need to unwind. They've been working in their work. Actually, you get it? So now that they've come home, bring them to the Situation All White Party on the 24th of December. It's happening at the Good Park near Accra Mall. And of course, totally exhilarating experiences is what you should be expecting, because there's going to be some electrifying performances from none other than Kofi Kinata. Kofi Kinata will be there to turn up the place like nobody does it. Then you're going to have Akwabua. Oh, that guy with that smooth voice. You should be there to enjoy some good music from Akwabua as well. Now, you see, it's Christmas Eve on the 24th. The next day is Christmas Day. So at 12 a.m., we need to usher ourselves into the Christmas Day and celebrate Yesu. You understand? So guess who's going to be leading us to cross over into 25th December? Perez Music. Perez Music is going to be there, and is going to be wowing all of us with that, that bold voice of his and those lyrics that enchant the heavens itself. So come, and when you are done listening to Perez, you should know that Uchima Mechim, so Inchim will be there. The Inchim band is going to be there. They're going to treat you to some wonderful renditions of some of your favorite songs, as well as some of their own beautiful music that they've churned out. And of course, when you see somebody who hasn't been to any mixologist class, he hasn't mixed anything before, but when he stands behind the turntable, he's a beast. He mixes the songs like nobody does it. I'm talking about DJ Mingo, not your regular DJ. He's also going to be on stage, and he's also going to be treating you to some absolutely fantastic songs. And so it's a total experience, and that's why we want you to be there. See, we don't want to chill alone and leave you, and then New Year when we come, you people will frown and be looking at us. So all of us are going to the Good Park for the Situation All White Party. It's happening on the 24th of December. Gates open 8 p.m. sharp, 8 p.m. And then the gates are open, and we want you to join us there so that we can usher ourselves into Christmas Day and celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. All right, it's party after party at the Situation All White Party, and it promises to be absolutely fantastic. The Situation All White Party is brought to you by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM, and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank. EcoBank, thank you to EcoBank. Thank you to Bethel Logistics. Big shouts to Bethlog. Charlie, you guys are wonderful guys. And then, of course, we want to say thank you to Hallmark Cafe. Hallmark Cafe, absolutely wonderful people. Come, let's whip up some canopies, let's grab some cold drinks, and let's celebrate the year, which has been fantastic for all of us, owing to the fact that we still have life and God has been good to us. So let's party the night away on the 24th of December as we usher ourselves into the Christmas festivities itself. All right, so we'll see you there at the Good Park near Accra Mall, 8 p.m. sharp for the Situation All White Party. Now, that said, on your way to the Situation, you still need to know what is happening in the news, okay? So go onto the Google Play Store, download the Channel 1 News app now, install same, and then keep updating yourself, because the news will also be updated by the second, by the minute, by the hour. It's relevant, it's factual, it is accurate, it is timely. And of course, the app is quite simple, user-friendly, quite easy to use. The interface, simple to navigate. So download the Channel 1 News app from the Google Play Store, install on your device, and literally have the news in your palm. Alrighty, let's get into the newspapers now, and let's check out what's happening on the front pages. I start off with the Daily Graphic newspaper. Front page says, at Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting, insulate NDPC from politics, speakers advocate. At Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting, insulate NDPC from politics, speakers advocate. And then you have Prince Edward honored at Jubilee House, Durban. Prince Edward honored at Jubilee House, Durban. You have a GRA and security block 3.6 million cedi revenue loss. GRA and security block 3.6 million cedi revenue loss. Then you have Supreme Court dismisses application against Heath Goldfield's mine acquisition. Supreme Court dismisses application against Heath Goldfield's mine acquisition, and then in there's a special supplement on Black Friday. All right, so get a copy of the Daily Graphic and you get these stories. On the back page, ADB Stanbic DBG support 2025 Farmers Day. So donations are coming in for the celebration of our gallant farmers for this year. And we understand ADB, Stanbic Bank, Development Bank Ghana have all supported the 2025 Farmers Day celebrations. Then you have Boosting B-STEM program. iTech Global presents science, maths equipment to GES. Boosting B-STEM program. iTech Global presents science and maths equipment to GES. So that's it for the Daily Graphic newspaper. Let's head over to the Ghanaian Times. Ghanaian Times says, Yohunu gets 2 more years as IGP. Yohunu gets 2 more years as IGP. So we know that the president has approved the recommendation by the Police Council to extend the tenure of the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohunu, for 2 more years. It's a U-turn on the president's own directive, but we'll look at it later on the show. Sudan die. Sudan die adulteration upsurge negates gains. That's according to the Food and Drugs Authority. So that's Sudan die out adulteration. Sudan dehydration upsurge negates gains. That's according to the FDA. Will be poultry sufficient in 4 years? That's according to the Agri Minister. There's a projection being made by Eric Opoku, the Minister for Food and Agriculture. Ghana-UK deepen ties with historic visits by Prince Edward. Ghana-UK deepen ties with historic visits by Prince Edward. Then you have Bon Agro donates 400,000 Ghana cedi equipment and agrochemicals, not agri-chemicals, agrochemicals to support National Farmers Day. Bon Agro donates 400,000 Ghana cedis equipment and agrochemicals to support National Farmers Day. On the back page, GSS launches small area estimation reports to support national planning. GSS launches small area estimation reports to support national planning. And then you have over 3,100 basic schools receive STEM kits in a nationwide B-STEM rollout. So that's the Ghanaian Times newspaper, Ghanaian Times for you. Let me take you to the Chronicle. Chronicle says, Educhum carries little political garbage. Will vote for him, Ashanti region delegates. So the delegates in the Ashanti region say they will vote for Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, like flag bearer hopeful for the New Patriotic Party, former education minister. And they say Educhum carries little political garbage. Will vote for him. That's according to Ashanti region delegates. Okay. Baba Yara and Esipon Stadia will be restored to past glory. That's according to the Sports and Recreation Minister, Kofi Idi Adams. There's an issue coming up in the Chronicle that says how a retiring senior police officer is allegedly planning to take 2 official cars home. How a retiring senior police officer is allegedly planning to take 2 official cars home. Corruption and tribalism threaten Ghana's development. This is Mr. Paul Afoko speaking. Corruption and tribalism threaten Ghana's development, as attributed to Paul Afoko. Vincent Ekowasafua, MP for Tafo Pankrono, is pictured here. And the story says NDC is a Chobo government. That's according to Vincent Ekowasafua. That's the Chronicle newspaper. I'm going to take you to the Daily Guide now. EC petitioner stole printer and is on interdiction. So the EC staff who has petitioned the president for the removal of the EC boss and her 2 deputies, Daily Guide is telling us that he stole a printer. Already we know he's on interdiction, but Daily Guide is telling us that he stole a printer. All right. Zipline suspends drone operations over unpaid bills. Mahama gives IGP Yohunu 2 more years. NSA scandal, Gifty Oware ordered to file witnesses list. MPs in dogfight over cost of sanitary parts. MPs in dogfight over cost of sanitary parts. So that's Daily Guide. Let's go to the News Center. News Center. Mahama extends IGP Yohunu's tenure to 2027. So 2 more years for the Inspector General of Police. Zipline to shut down 3 centers over 175 million cedi debt. Zipline to shut down 3 centers over 175 million cedi debt. 45 cedis parts too expensive. That's according to the minority. Why cut Ghana's 10 to 5%? Even after the lithium investor accepted 10% royalties. That's a question on the front page of the News Center, and I'm sure it's coming from that press conference by Alhaji Collins Dauda yesterday. Mahama hosts the Duke of Edinburgh at the presidency. Also on the front page of the News Center newspaper. Let's go to the Ghanaian Publisher real quick. Baumia is NPP's 2028 best bet. That's according to MP for Fuasia Yurebi Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Mahama grants 2-year extension, or Mahama grants Yohunu 2-year extension rather. Mandai election verdict flawed. That's according to the minority. Gold Board CEO calls for gold certification. Zipline stops deliveries in 3 centers and all set for Impact 2025. So that's the Ghanaian publisher. Let me take you to the new publisher. The new publisher. Education Minister says schools won't undermine religious rights. Schools won't undermine religious rights. Mahama gives IGP 2-year extension. Minority reject court ruling on Bandai. So that's the new publisher. The Informer. Oforiatta booted out again. Charged 5,000 cedis for wasting the court's time. Oforiatta booted out again. Charged 5,000 cedis for wasting the court's time. Natoshi drops bombshell. NDC better managers of Ghana's economy than NPP. Support toddler. Oh, okay. Support toddler OSP to deliver. Ghanaians told. Support toddler OSP. Toddler in quote to describe the OSP. Interesting article. Jospon Group enhances capacity of journalists at COP30. IMF downplays Ghana anti-corruption fight, cites incomplete and ineffective assets declaration regime. So that's the Informer newspaper. Quickly, let's go to the Custodian. Minority rejects Pandai parliamentary election rerun. Central Region gives Baumia massive support. Ex-Bost MD Provençal released after meeting 30 million CD bail. Qatar Group to set up $3.5 billion fertilizer plant in Ghana, as according to the Agri Minister. Supreme Court orders Wesley Girls to respond to Muslim rights claims. That's the Custodian. The Inquisitor says at Precious Metals Conference in Dubai, Gold Board boss hails ASM role in Ghana's economic recovery. Afenyi Dazi writes, Ghana must not sabotage the OSP. Mahama re-engages Yohunu for additional 2-year tenure. Napo breaks silence on 2024 comments, and Ebuakwa South opens 2025 Teacher Award nominations. So that's the Inquisitor newspaper. Now let me take you online, channel1newsonline.com, channel1newsonline.com, and bring you some stories from news portal. What are we leading with this morning? Government in talks with Zipline to review operations. That's according to Titus Bayo, MP. You have 41 nursing training colleges to be upgraded to degree awarding institutions. That's according to the Ministry of Health. Feed Ghana, government to recruit 400 extension agents, enroll 10,000 youth. You have AFCFTA after Africa must own its trade agenda. That's Dlamini Zuma speaking there. You have Parliament approves scrapping of COVID-19 levy. Mission schools must keep their Christian values. Catholic bishops and Christian council speaking. In the Northern region, police arrest 27 suspects in major anti-drug operation. 2026 budget robust in appearance but flawed in detail. That's according to Vincent Ekowasafwa. Defense and environment ministers will be appointed next year, according to John Dramani Mahama. Mahama extends IGP Yohunu's tenure by 2 years. And then you have unilateral actions threaten global order. That's according to the president. Minority rejects nullification of Mandai parliamentary results. And Supreme Court clears Democracy Hub to join Wesley Girls' religious rights case. So all that on channel1newsonline.com. You get details there. citynewsroom.com. Quite a sad story. 8-year-old girl dies in Dansoman Market fire. 8-year-old girl dies in Dansoman Market fire. Government delays payment of 2 allowances for education sector workers. Government delays payment of 2 allowances for education sector workers. Ghana Statistical Service says nearly half of women face domestic violence at district level. Nearly half of women face domestic violence at district level. CD holds strong with 32% surge against dollar in first 11 months of 2025. Catholic bishops slam Haruna Idrisu over needless comments on religious rights. ANC losing support in South Africa. Former AU Commission chair speaking there, that's Dlamini Zuma. She sat with Umaru Sanda Amadu on face-to-face last night. Doing both customary and ordinance marriages is wasteful. It's according to a High Court judge. AFCFTA staffer in court for allegedly diverting 221,000 Ghana cedis into betting account. Hey. Usraundi. Wow. Well, give us 2 weeks to fix your issues. Haruna Idrisu begs CTAG. Give us 2 weeks to fix your issues. Haruna Idrisu begs CTAG. Parliament approves abolition of COVID-19 levy. And you have mission schools can't alter religious practices. That's according to the Christian Council and the Catholic Bishops' Conference. All right. Now, there's a birthday message. This one says, happy birthday to Anita Abena Dankwa. Message says, wishing you joy, growth, peace, and every blessing in the year ahead. May this new chapter of your life be filled with favor, good health, and unforgettable moments. It says, even though the wish is not in person, the love and good intentions are just as strong. This is from me, Komite Komi. And he says, happy birthday to you, Anita Abena Dankwa. May the good Lord himself continue to bless you and steer the affairs of your life in good waters and, of course, with plenty blessings. Happy birthday to you, Anita. Well, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll bring you the news review segment.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world. Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
This is AFCON, my friend. Everything is a competition. Everything.
Join our family for AFCON Morocco 2025 from 21 December to 18 January. Available on DSTV and GoTV.
You get bad mind, no be say you be baddest. Come on, what tell
Buria, say dear, if you see Conan Yankasa, Enti, Kanena near Bosili, Madame Yashan, Nina, Akem, a nice boy enterprise. As a been control say, what's you fear ye? We hear POP ceiling papa, with many design, plasterboard installation, TV unit design, a Cassian Kitwa, and Italian Hudwina, or Bacon neat at the amount. Afi, was sounds we are painting, into a damn be a was here, who fret a nice boy enterprise. They were painting the comma at the amount. Afi, window designs bia. Yeni nyina bi ebia na wodwen se wo besifie na fie na wo besie no so no wo hia de so bi mada Anasboy Enterprise ST say residential and commercial construction afi we renovation and remodeling surveying bia open no obe ne kama e dia ma afi architectural design say ko twi ko brema bae and drawing plans wo be ne neat e dia ma menua barema ma make for Anasboy Enterprise and for ma e say wonim de na ne nsa no ye fe come on enti sa open ne ma mabobo so nyina ejumadi a hwehwɛ Anasboy Enterprise no ntwa needs locate Anasboy Enterprise ɛwɔ Tantra Hill Amasaman ɛne Ablekuma Canada Junction sɛ wo penhyɛmu a frɛ 024 611 3461 Anasboy Enterprise Wunimte Ankasa.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click, click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna. No stress, just sip. Stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up a boom. If you're poor, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic!
And he followed the prompts. Yes, and then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Grateful that you chose us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Welcome to the News Review segment where we get to have a conversation on some of the topical issues, bring you different perspectives, ask the relevant questions, and of course afford you the opportunity to also share your thoughts, your comments, and your contributions. The WhatsApp number is on your screens. Do that. Send us a message on what you think about the stories that we'll be discussing and even the commentary that we'll be running on these topics in studio. But you can join us also on socials, on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, Instagram, as well as TikTok, where we're very engaging. You can get details of our stories also on channel1newsonline.com, as well as citynewsroom.com. Let me say good morning to Deputy National Communications Director of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Alhaji Kamaldeen Abdallah. Alaj, good morning.
Good morning, Nana.
It's always good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Very well, very well.
It's been some 2 weeks or 3 weeks or so. I've not been here.
Yes.
And,
the people say they've missed you.
Oh, really? Let me say good morning to your cherished viewers and listeners.
Yeah.
And also thank you for the good job and the yeoman's job that you guys have been doing. Your network is actually educating and informing us positively.
Thank you.
And I don't miss your programs at all. Most of your programs are highly, educative. And they go a long way to shape our thinking and developmental path in this country.
Indeed.
So I think kudos to you guys.
Thank you, Alaji. Ours is to tell your story and to empower change.
Absolutely.
So it's a call to duty and we do it gladly. Thank you so much. On that beat, education beat, let's start from there. Wesley Girls Senior High School. This issue of alleged religious discrimination, the court has given the school 14 days to file their official or formal response. And the education minister yesterday spoke on the floor of Parliament, and he's warned against infringement of students' rights to preferred religion. But how did we get here? We've always had mission schools in this country. We've always had, interdenominational congregations in our schools. So how did we get here now that we are hearing allegations of religious discrimination and all that? And how do we go around this going forward?
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity once again. When this matter came up again, I said to myself, why are we doing this to ourselves? We have enjoyed our democracy. Let me even take the fourth Republican Constitution, which we had in 1992. So date some 30-something years or so. It's now that we are even thinking of tweaking the Constitution, as it were. I'm told that the Review Commission have submitted their report.
No, so actually,
or they are yet to submit their report.
Yes, the information that came out earlier was a bit skewed. They only went to inform the president or to update him on progress.
Perfect. So it's work in progress.
Yeah.
So it means that yes, the media got it wrong. Some section of the media got it wrong when they said they were to submit it on the 24th of November. It's now that we are working on putting some changes, or if you like, fine-tuning our constitution, as it were. But before even that is done, for it to go through the process, for referendum, for whatever, whether we like it or not, the Constitution as it is remains the supreme law of the land.
Indeed.
Is that not it?
Indeed, it is.
And I heard the education minister saying that, look, institutions, and in this case, mission schools, whether Islamic or Christian or whatever it is, let's stay put at ensuring that the provisions of our Constitution, which upholds the right to religion, the right to faith, the right to certain freedoms, which are very fundamental freedoms, we should not, or they should not, act against them. Now, I've heard some other groups, especially I read a statement from the Catholic Bishops' Conference, calling on the minister not to make certain comments because they feel that they sound prejudicial. I disagree with them entirely. First of all, he's the policy head of education as we sit now.
Right.
On behalf of the president. Okay? Secondly, this matter is not the first time we're getting it on the table. You understand? I recall some time back, the president of the Republic of Ghana now, John Dramani Mahama, had cause to speak against discrimination in that regard.
Yeah.
I recall that the past president, the former president, immediate former president, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, had cause to speak against that. And they all cited the Constitution of Ghana. That is why I said that, look, whether we like it or not, we have a supreme law.
Indeed.
Which supreme law stipulates how we supposed to deal with each other.
True.
Look, fundamentally, we are a secular state, whether we like it or not. I sit here, I'm a Muslim. Nana, you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay? The last time I checked, you even visited Saudi Arabia. Okay?
Yeah.
Not because you're a Muslim, but because there were some jobs for you to do there. But the fact that you're a Christian did not stop them from saying they come and do your work.
Right.
That is even Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Are you understanding my point? So I think what needless arguments that we raise to ourselves, needless things that we raise to ourselves, should stop. It's very needless, honestly, in my view. Wesley Girls matter came up some time ago.
True.
Okay, and strongly the position was that, look, even memorandum of understanding, not with Wesley Girl per se, but around Ashanti region, I remember Muntaka, now Interior Minister, had calls to sign some memorandum of understanding with some mission schools, okay, to establish certain principles that must exist in those schools, so that peaceful coexistence between people of different faiths will exist and will remain.
Yeah.
So this matter has come up before. We have tried as much as possible to deal with it. Pronouncements were made on it, and fundamentally we have a law. Some lawyers have come to argue that, look, it's the right when they say Article 17, don't discriminate, it's not absolute. Your fundamental human rights are not absolute until the court pronounces. I disagree. There are some provisions of the Constitution you don't even need interpretations.
Right.
Clearly.
This MOU you mentioned,
Yes.
which was signed about 3 months ago,
Yeah.
it was between all the major religious groups. So Muslims, Catholics, Protestants, SDAs, and even the police service.
Yeah.
This MOU, according to the Ghana Catholic Bishops
Yes.
Conference, says that schools established by religious bodies must be allowed to operate based on their founding ethos, values, and philosophy, while ensuring that minority faiths are not discriminated against and are granted reasonable space to practice their religion. So this should have put the matter to rest entirely.
You see, no one is saying do not allow anyone to, if you like, espouse his religious faith or to embark on whatever he's doing. But where necessity creates a room for some other persons who also belong to other faiths comes in, then the same MOU, I don't know whether we are referring to the same document, but what I have, the document said that, look, anyone who comes in with his different faith, even though that institution is meant for this particular, if you like, faith, create room for the person to also have, if you like, his right to religion. It's also there.
Yeah.
You understand? So what we are saying is that mission schools may exist, but if the mission schools exist, they should also take steps to ensure that whoever comes in, whether he's a Muslim or a Christian, if it's a Muslim institution, a Christian comes in, don't do anything to what? To stop or to bar the person from his religion. When the person is also a Muslim, when he comes to a Christian institution, don't do anything to bar him from also his religion, as it were. That is also part of the memorandum. Like I said, I don't know whether we're speaking to the same document, as it were. But you see, granted that even it says so, the main question is that the Constitution of Ghana says that to the extent of a provision, whether a regulation, whether a bylaw, whether whatever law, whether a statute, to the extent of it being inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution, of course the Constitution will prevail. It's clear.
Yeah.
You understand? So if some of these things are clear, I don't see why we should have needless argument on it. That's what I'm saying. So for me, I am for the Education Minister's comments, and he's not sounding prejudicial. He's only re-echoing what is the status quo. That is not prejudicial. Yes, it doesn't also stop the Supreme Court from making pronouncement on this matter so that we can nip this in the bud once and for all. But you see, I think it's so sad that beyond 21st century, we are sitting down to discuss who is a Muslim, who is not a Muslim, when people are actually advancing. People are thinking of developing. People are thinking of moving on. We are here sitting down to say somebody should not be a Muslim, the other person should not be a Christian. This should not be a discussion we should have for our kids. The future of our kids here is at stake. You understand? Why? President John Dramani Mahama, even in his family, has Muslims.
True.
You understand?
Yeah.
It doesn't stop him from being a member of that family. President Akufo-Addo, go and check. Maybe in his family he has Muslims. Former President Akufo-Addo. You understand? Me sitting here, you'll be surprised to hear that I may have somebody in my family who actually is not a Muslim. And then we have all agreed to be together. And even let me go biblical and go what the Quran says. When you take the Quran, for instance, the Quran clearly tells you that the women of the book are lawful to you. And you know the women of the book referred to in the Quran, the people of the Nasara. When they say Nasara in Arabic, the Christians. They're women of the book. Because the gospel, that is Injil, was revealed to Jesus. We see Jesus as a prophet. And we agree and believe in him. And the Quran tells us that even their women are lawful to us. So imagine this peaceful coexistence must be there.
True.
So I think that frankly speaking, this is not a conversation we should actually be escalating. We should be speaking on to divide us or seeking to divide us. Because we have come a long way. That's why I say the Constitution has actually served us for over 30 years. And we have been together. Other countries have had these problems. We've never had that problem. You understand? So we should not needlessly create some of these things. But lastly, I would advise my compatriots, Muslims and Northerners for that matter, because a chunk of them are Northerners. Remember, your duty is not just supposed to be a watchman or work in someone's plantations. Education is key. What they're telling us is that value addition to yourself is so important. Remember, your duty is not to belong to some vigilantism groups. So that when it comes to seeking for power, you are the one they will use to fight your own brothers. And I say this without any apology to MPP and NDC. Not too long ago, we saw what happened in Akutia, where you see a brother and a brother fighting because of somebody's power. And after that, they use you and dump you and then come and tell you don't deserve to even have your religion in their schools. I feel sad about it. And this is a word to my friends, my brothers, Muslims, and then Christians, Northerners. Let us not allow ourselves. You see, anytime you hear, with all respect, you hear some armed robbery, some this, the names you'll be looking for is Sumaila, some Ibrahim, some Muhammad. Meanwhile, we have very intelligent ones among us. It's just because we have not conducted ourselves well. Anytime, go to some of the mission schools. The watchman there, you hear a watchman's name, Baba Seidu, Muhammadu. So he is supposed to be confined to being a watchman. And I feel sad. You see this, and this is to my brothers. If you are watching me, please, it's about time we revolutionize whatever we are doing and then uphold education and value addition to ourselves.
Very well.
That said, I think this conversation is needless. Nonetheless, it is before the Supreme Court. We want to hear what the Supreme Court will say, whether they will depart from the provisions of the Constitution and give us their reasoning, or they are going to stay put to the provisions of the Constitution and then we move on as a country.
Very well. Thank you, Alaji. Let's say good morning to Hamza Suini. Hamza is a member of the NDC's National Communications team. Hamza.
Good morning. Good morning, Nana. Yes.
I trust you well.
Well, we are surviving. Good morning to you. Good morning to my brother Kamaldeen. And of course, your production team and our cherished viewers out there. It's good to be here. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been very well. Let's get straight into it. From hair, now religion. Where are we going as a people? How do we want to position our education? Do we even prioritize the future of our students? Of course, we keep touting that the youth are the future of our country and all that. But why are we making it difficult for our students to, if you like, acquire education and practice their religion?
Nana, first of all, let me indicate strongly that I am part of the legal team representing Shafiq Osman on this matter.
Okay.
And so
you are directly involved.
Yes, I am directly involved.
So you should be careful.
Yes. Especially yesterday, we were all cautioned by the Supreme Court that we ought to be careful in terms of public commentary and our social media platforms because of how sensitive the matter is.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
But so I'll be guarded in terms of my commentary on this matter. But you see, Nana, it is important to state that this is not a contest between Christianity and Islam.
At all.
Absolutely not.
I agree with you.
Totally agree.
We have been able to live amongst each other. We have been able to live together harmoniously without any issue.
True.
For decades now. And when you want an example of where Christians, especially in Africa, of where Christians and Muslims have found amicable grounds to cohabitate, even in marriages, without any difficulty, you can find such glaring examples in Ghana.
In Ghana, true.
In particular.
True.
Many other African countries have found themselves in conflicts because of religion.
Seriously.
Indeed, Nigeria, our neighbor, is still battling with the effects of religious conflicts.
True.
The story in Ghana is one of brotherhood, one of comradeship, one of family. And we all must not lose sight of that important progress we have made as a people, regardless of our different religious persuasions. And that has been the guiding principle and the decision I considered strongly even before accepting to be part of this team. You see, religious issues are likely to be treated with some measure of sensationalism.
True.
And so if care is not taken, we would be focusing on the emotional bit of these serious questions of law.
Exactly.
And miss a fine opportunity to introduce reform when it comes to our educational sector. And we ought to be careful. And so it is not about Islam or Christianity. It is about the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and its adherence to fundamental human rights. Most importantly, the right given to each and every one of us to be able to practice our religions without any hindrance or whatsoever. So I always say that even at the end of this case, if it is decided, which I'm pretty much convinced that would be the outcome, based on the law, that, look, Wesley girls allow Muslims to practice. We should be careful not to treat such an outcome as victory for Islam.
Exactly. It's not. It's not.
It will not be a victory for Islam.
Victory for all of us.
It will be a victory for the 1992 Constitution and our laws.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Because we are in court, not based on religious doctrines or teachings of Islam.
No.
Or Christianity. We are in court simply on the basis of the 1992 Constitution of our country.
Right.
And that point needs to be made strongly. I have heard so many people, even within the National Democratic Congress fold, who argue that the statement of case of the Attorney General should be seen as a betrayal of the trust to Muslims. Because His Excellency President Mahama in opposition promised that Muslims will be given an opportunity to practice their religion in various senior secondary schools without any hindrance or whatsoever. And so today, if you have an Attorney General appointed by the President who is in court arguing that Wesley girls has the right to more or less fetter or restrict religious practices because of its fundamental objective of being a mission school and propagating the ideals of Methodist sect of Christianity. That is the position of the Attorney General. And so President Mahama and the NDC is betraying the Muslim caucus. Far from the truth. Indeed, I have said somewhere, and I'm repeating it on this platform, that what the Attorney General has done is given this country a golden opportunity to finally settle this matter once and for all. Because he's raising pertinent issues of law. Remember, the Attorney General is not just an Attorney General for Islam.
No.
Or Muslims. He's an Attorney General for the Republic of Ghana. It therefore presupposes that the Attorney General must represent the interests of those who may not be represented in this case. Thankfully, for those of us who are championing the rights of Muslim students to be allowed to practice in these secondary schools are in court. It behoves on the Attorney General to look at the arguments of the Christian community, mission organizations, who also feel strongly that, look, that restriction is necessary and it's in tandem with our laws and their overall objective as a mission school. the Attorney General must represent those views in court, even if he disagrees with them. The Attorney General must take our laws, like the Pre-Tertiary Education Act of 2020, and present it before the Supreme Court. It is the Supreme Court that will make a determination as to whether indeed per Pre-Tertiary Act of 2020, if you compare that to the Constitution of Ghana, there's a conflict and may proceed to strike down parts of that legislation. These are the realities. Otherwise, we risk giving political directives. Let me land, please. Otherwise, we risk issuing political directives which may not necessarily be legal.
Okay.
If you look at the case of Tyrone Maguire, I hope I got it right.
Yeah, Tyrone Maguire.
At the High Court, it was decided by the High Court on human rights grounds. And yes, it was decided that the gentleman should be allowed to practice his religion in a senior high school without any restriction. But the fundamental argument had to do with the issue of public institution. Today, our missionary organizations disagree that institutions like Wesley Girls actually qualify or should be branded, it shouldn't be branded as public institutions. So the Attorney General in his arguments are making references to these cases as to whether or not mission schools of that nature that are assisted, as to whether or not they are public government institutions or not, the Supreme Court will determine that. And when the Supreme Court determines that, the government of the day would honor and respect the decisions of the Supreme Court. And so let us be careful. And that's why I'm saying that this is not a contest between Islam and Christianity.
Yeah. But
it is
an
opportunity.
On that point, although it's a matter of the Constitution, the premise of the case is on religion.
You see,
so there's a difficulty separating
the premise of the case is not on religion. If you are going to approach it with sensationalism, you are likely to conclude that the premise of our case is on religion. But in truth, the premise of the case we are in court is simply on fundamental human rights. In a way, and interpretation of our laws. Because when you go to the Supreme Court, you are seeking interpretation.
True.
Whether indeed it is unconstitutional for Wesley Girls to restrict Muslim students from practicing their faith. So, on one breath, it is about the Constitution, it is about the laws of our country and interpretation that we are inviting the Supreme Court to place on it.
Yeah.
On another breath, it has to do with fundamental human rights on the part of Muslim students to be able to practice their faith without any hindrance in any secondary school in Ghana, not just Wesley Girls. So it is to belittle the point when you say it's religion. It's fundamental human rights. Religion is just a subset of these issues of fundamental human rights, because one of the major concerns we are also raising is that Wesley Girls is actually forcing Muslim students to participate in Christian denominational worship sessions.
So that is where the religious premise is.
No, you are not getting it.
No, I get your point.
I'm telling you that religion is a subset of the case. But for the fundamental case before us, it's an issue, it has to do with human rights.
But you see, that is what forms the abuse for which you are seeking interpretation.
No. You are turning the law upside down. You see, the very thing I'm cautioning against is what you are doing. We are talking about the right.
Yes.
Take Islam, Christianity out. We are talking about the right for Ghanaian students to be able to practice their various faiths on the various campuses. It's a fundamental right. And as far as the 1992 Constitution is concerned. Are you following me?
Very well.
Now, I am telling you that why we are in court has to do with interpretation of our laws. That makes it possible for not just Muslims, any sect at all, to be able to practice their faith in these secondary schools. And I'm telling you that that religious right you are talking about under the Constitution is ingrained on our fundamental human rights. So we are on the leg of it in a way. Because if the court upholds your fundamental human rights to practice your religion, it is fundamental human rights. That is the umbrella body. The religion is just a subset of it. And so let us concentrate on the applicability of our laws and whether indeed the conduct of Wesley Girls is a conduct that we must entertain Because it's not just preventing a Muslim to practice in that school.
Yeah.
It is also infringing upon that Muslim's rights to worship.
And forcing them to partake in...
Yeah, so that is restricting their rights in a way that we argue is unacceptable.
Very well.
I am resisting the temptation for us to go on the religious tangent because, like I cautioned, it can be driven by emotions and sensationalism.
And that's dangerous.
So our focus is on the law. Even if Wesley Girls intended or was intending to prevent a non-Muslim, like say a pagan or a traditional believer, from worshiping, I am pretty much convinced that we would have been in court again, trying to uphold the rights of that particular sect to practice their faith in that religion.
Nana,
but let me conclude. Let me conclude. So the point needs to be made that, like the education minister indicated, because I heard you talking about it, I am strictly opposed to any form of restriction that seeks to prevent people from practicing their religion. There are many examples of senior high schools that are missionary in nature, that have made room for Muslims to be able to practice their faith without any hindrance. So when we are telling the story, we must also remember the likes of Mauli Senior High School. They have found a way of even separating Muslims, especially during Ramadan, and serving them differently, as well as their dining hall meals are concerned.
That's by a mission school?
Is it?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
sure.
So these are some of the critical issues we are talking about. And if you look at the Achimota case, Achimota is a public institution. That's what we argue. It's not a mission school. I hope I got that right too. It's not.
But St. Peter's is a missionary school, right?
Peter's?
St. Peter's, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And of course, and what the arrangement he just mentioned.
Is applicable there.
Yeah, it's applicable.
Exactly.
In a number of institutions.
Yes, I know that a number of institutions allow that. So you see, it is quite strange that Wesley Girls will adopt this posture. And until we hear from them, it is our word against their word. And that's why the Supreme Court directed yesterday that they need to file their statement of case. It is after the statement of case is filed that we can begin to appreciate whether these allegations out there are actually true or not. And that is our job as lawyers, to argue it out in court with the use of relevant admissible evidence to indeed prove that Wesley Girls is engaged in an act of restricting the rights of Muslim students. But one last point. Nana, this country has been given a glorious opportunity with this case to reset the educational sector. I am pretty much convinced from where I sit that Wesley Girls is a public institution to the extent that it is rendering a public service and assisted financially by the Republic of Ghana. I am convinced it is a public institution. I would not be in court arguing for Muslim students to be allowed to go to, say, St. Catholic Church or the Catholic Church, which is a missionary organization.
True.
I will not be in court arguing that Muslims should be allowed to work in there and pray. I won't do that. Because that is an organization. And it is pursuing strictly religious objectives. But we are talking about a senior high school that renders a public service to the good people of this country. And each and every one of us must have access to that institution. These are not colonial days. And so we need to respect these rights. And for me, I'll be interested in Wesley Girls simply indicating their decision not to participate or like to get out of court for us to settle this issue amicably so that they can make amends within their own rules. But then again, we would have been missing an opportunity to reform, especially when it comes to the legal architecture.
What Hamza just said. You see, I'm happy when Hamza makes the statement that, look, it's not just about religion. It's about our country. Of course, which falls in line with what I said earlier.
True.
It's about our own selves. We have traveled the journey to a certain, if you like, position. And I cited, time without number, these issues came up. How we dealt with it, comments we made, all points to the fact that we should uphold our fundamental human rights.
True.
Today, before elections, what faith-based institutions does, okay, is to call each other, the Muslim faith-based organizations, Christian faith-based organizations will come together to appeal for peace, all of us.
Yeah.
Why do we do that? We do that because we must work in unison as a people and move on. Okay? Now, on the second leg, when Hamza talks about public institutions, directly or indirectly, my father contributes to the welfare of Wesley College. Directly or indirectly, Hamza's father, who is also a Muslim, or Nana's father, who is a Christian, pay taxes. And our taxes are used to support some of these public institutions. And that's where the core of the matter is. But you see, Hamza says that, look, the Attorney General is Attorney General for Ghana. And when cases come, he has to also look at point of law or questions of law and then defend whatever he's supposed to do or present what he's supposed to do. There has been also instances where state attorneys who are under the Attorney General tells somebody that, look, this matter you are raising, to be very honest with you, there have been cases, okay? This matter you are raising, fundamentally, this is what the law says. You advise, because you are like the lawyer to the government.
Right.
You understand? There has been cases like that. They even go before the judge and tell the judge that, look, this is our position. Whether it's going to serve your interest or not going to serve your interest, but this is the position that we have, because the position of the law, until the court also makes pronouncement on it, as it were. I'm not trying to say that the Attorney General should be faulted, but I'm also trying to say that clearly and ideally, our fundamental laws, which are so cogent, which they are actually coming under, okay, as their grounds, should never actually be, downplayed. But of course, like he said, we have had an opportunity, or we have an opportunity now, for this matter to be settled once and for all. Lawyers have always said that for and against still have cases until the pronouncements of the court, as it were, says otherwise. Then we all are binded by it and move on. I think, frankly, this country should not be discussing religion right now. And I will reiterate my position on what the Quran says, so that people should not think that it's about Muslims alone. Like I said, when you take Surah Al-Ma'idah, okay, it tells you, verse 5, that women of the book are lawful to you. The food of the people of the book is also lawful to you, promoting coexistence. Again, if a Muslim is never disallowed from practicing his religion, the religion again says that don't raise your arms against anybody. Lakum dinukum waliya din. It is your religion and my religion. Keep yours and let me keep mine. The Quran also says it again. And I believe the Bible also has a plethora of some of these provisions that promotes our peaceful coexistence. Guided by all this, I want to believe that going forward, it will be interesting to hear what the Supreme Court is going to say, because our conduct reflects that we are always together and will continue to be together. Thank you.
Very well. Very well. So, I mean, we are waiting to see the outcome. Sure. I mean, it's important that we have clearly defined lines on what a public institution is and what a faith-based or a mission school is, so that we know what we are doing going forward. Because you see, there are other secular schools that do not fall under either of this. I mean, I went to Amenyampong Secondary School. The Muslims had where they pray. We had where we went for church. Like you mentioned, when it's Ramadan, there's arrangements for dining.
But see, the unhealthy aspect of it is, I'm happy today, Hamza, my good brother, sits here and, of course, makes a very strong comments on this, and very positive ones, of course. The unhealthy aspect of it is when it happened yesterday, the comments some of us made and sought to politicize it. Dr. Baumia, you are a Muslim. This matter has come, you haven't spoken. You understand? And I think that
that's
we
where the
shouldn't go
challenge
on that
is.
tangent at all.
That's where the
if we were
challenge
to go on that tangent, obviously, some elements of them people will have to come out today and then refer most of us to some of this. Then we'll end up muddying the waters. But like I said, our peaceful coexistence is so important that visiting politics into it may not even help us. Like my good brother. No, of course, let me please. My good brother James Watting, for instance, had cause to call on Dr. Bawumia when the matter came up.
Very well.
I always think
I think we've condemned that. So let me hear Hamza on this.
I cautioned against making the issue.
I didn't say you.
No, I cautioned against making the issue a religious battle.
Yeah,
I did that.
Yeah.
When it comes to the politics of the issue, you can't control it because it borders on integrity. Kamal, let us be honest. It borders on integrity. If you have a vice presidential candidate of this country running, who made a promise to the Muslim community that if I vote for me, so that the Quran too would be represented at the Jubilee House, and I'll be your voice when it comes to government policies, you cannot blame the good people of this country or the Muslim community from demanding accountability from such a leader. That's why I started. And that was exactly what Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia did. So it is not out of place for either Muslims or non-Muslims to call on him to make his position known on this matter. Absolutely not out of place politically. And that is why I did not even limit it to what's his name, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia alone. I also reference statements President John Dramani Mahama HE made in opposition to Muslims. If you remember,
which is contrary to what his AG position is.
Please, yes. And I explained it. Yes, and I told you, listen, I made that point very clear. And I said that I've heard people wonder why the AG's position appears to be different from His Excellency President Mahama's promise.
Because all is not adding up. Maybe.
When you were speaking, I was quiet.
You allow Hamza to flow, please.
I made that point. And I proceeded to explain to you the basis of the decision of the AG to contest the matter. Because I'm a lawyer. And I know that there are so many legal issues that need clarity. And the AG's position, though for now would be seen as antagonistic, in the future would be appreciated as an intervention that created an opportunity for us to finally settle this matter holistically. And for me, I see it more as a strategic intervention than just a normal intervention. That is why I am not mad or angry about that intervention. It is the outcome of the intervention that I anticipate would settle the matters for all of us. But Kamal, in this country, we all know, not even the late Alhaji Ali Mahama, we all know the politician who introduced this unhealthy way of campaigning with religion. We all know. And that is why we were cautioning you people against it. We told you that this is dangerous. Today, you are uncomfortable. Simply because people are making references to promises Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia made. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia can still apologize to all of us and say that, look, the decision to introduce that bit of religion into our political discourse is something he regrets. Even your own internal politics, they are using his own promises based on religion to go after you people.
Let's not move into the politics. Let's deal with the issue of conclude
on this issue. No, the decision to reference James Ajenim Boateng Honorable is why I had to respond.
Very well. I mean, let's not make it an argument of.
You see, are you going to interject me? No. Alaji, Nana, please. Because if he comes, I'll come back again.
Please.
Nana, Nana, the most important thing is that
Alaji, please.
So what we are in court.
He's still on that
Yes,
matter.
thankfully,
on the Wesley Girls matter. Let's not do the Dr. Baumia.
I know, as at yesterday, I received calls from people who are actually pastors in our country, who feel strongly that what is happening at Wesley Girls, if it is true, should not be countenanced in our country. So it is not just a crusade being championed by Muslims. It is a crusade being championed by well-meaning Ghanaians, including pastors of this country. So that tells you the extent of the relationship between Muslims and Christians and how we all privilege our constitutional principles beyond and above that of our parochial religious sects and their interests. And for me, that was humbling. That was humbling. There were colleagues of mine on the campus of University of Ghana who were student pastors. I think after we left school, I haven't had the opportunity of speaking to many of them. Yesterday, I had about 2 of them reaching out on social media, urging us on.
Hamza,
it's a sign of progress.
I have a question for you. Hamza. Does the school, Wesley Girls, lose its fundamental character as a Methodist institution because it is assisted, not fully funded?
It does, as far as my understanding of the Pre-Tertiary Education Act is concerned. If you are going to refer to the amended Act 87, that is the only time this argument would be relevant. Because the amended Act 87, the Educational Act, brought a distinction between government, fully funded schools and assisted schools. That has since been amended in Act 2020. What's the name? The Pre-Education Tertiary Act of 2020, which is Act 1049, if my memory serves me right. And so there is nothing like assisted schools being or retaining its private status. What we have under that act is simply public institutions.
But
they are
really has to do with
organizations.
Its basic character.
They are faith-based organizations that are recognized under the act. But faith-based organizations, you cannot say that a senior high school is a faith-based organization. At all. No. It's not an institution. It's an institution. And so these are the difficulties that we want the Supreme Court to iron out. But as far as I'm concerned, look, what they do there, they teach just like any other school. They teach the curricula that is presented to them by the Ministry of Education. True. It has been manned by the Ministry of Education. It has been supervised by the Ministry of Education. The core mandate or the core job of that institution is education, just like any senior high school. So it's not a school that is training pastors. No.
It's not a seminary school.
It's not a seminary school.
Indeed.
It is a senior high school. Absolutely. So the objective of that school,
its identities. It has its principles on which it was founded.
Your identities and principles.
Like other Muslim schools have identities.
Your identities and principles cannot supersede the 1992 Constitution when it comes into conflict
That's the point I made earlier.
No. These are the realities. It was not for nothing after independence that we decided to regularize how these institutions are run. And so we need to respect it. And that's why I'm saying that Wesley Girls, hopefully, would sit back, reflect on the matters, and possibly make amends. So that we can let this matter be a thing.
I am actually for the Supreme Court making a pronouncement.
Yes, indeed.
I'm actually for it.
Let me take a few quick messages. Otherwise, we'll move to other matters.
Yeah. So that's why I should commend the Attorney General that he's going the way he's going.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How? No, but of course.
Because he's giving us the opportunity to bring finality to the matter.
No, but because as it stands now, assisted or funded,
but let me make
it a government institution, public institution, and does it strip it of its identity?
No, Hamza's argument that the Attorney General position now gives or paves the way for the Supreme Court to actually make a pronouncement on it. For me, with a great deal of respect to him, is a not. Why?
He's going
the same Attorney General can also look into it and say, look, this is the position, just like he's having a position of the fundamental law, which is the mother law of this country. and not depart from it.
Very well. The Supreme Court will decide and make a pronouncement.
I'm saying that his position is not the one giving, is not that is giving the way for the Supreme Court. However, he could also state clearly to us that the fundamental human right of every citizen in this country is guaranteed.
Right.
Under these articles. That was the point we're making.
Anyway,
we're waiting for the pronouncement. You want to go back to it again?
No, but you have a right to reply.
1 minute.
What the Attorney General is simply saying is that I am the state. I am being asked by Muslim students to interfere in the ways Wesley Girls is running their school as a missionary school. But that constitution, that says that I cannot interfere when it comes to the rights of Muslim students, also says that I cannot interfere when it comes to a missionary school, because it is also a person under our constitution. You know, the constitution, the Supreme Court has defined who a person is. You can have a natural person.
Yeah.
It is also a person. So if you are asking me to direct them not to do A, B, C, D, you are indirectly asking me to also interfere with the rights of that person called Wesley Girls.
Yeah.
So the law courts, this is my position.
Exactly.
Muslim students are persons. Wesley
Girls is a person.
Show the way.
Very well. Very well.
And direct my intervention.
Kofi Ima from Kumasi says,
simple as that.
I think all missionary
very
schools...
good Muslims are watching as well.
Well, Kofi Ima from Kumasi says...
That is the reason why...
No, that's fine.
So who is not a good Muslim?
Very good Muslims are watching us as well.
So who is not? So I'm not a good Muslim.
You.
No, I don't think that's what he said. Let me take a few quick messages.
You guys should be careful the way you make this a religious banter. And that's why I caution. Because what was coming ahead?
The Attorney General...
You are not in court. We are in court. And we know that it is not just religion. It is about the constitution.
Very well.
Be careful with your comments.
Thank you.
Be careful. Hamza,
Alaji,
I am saying that
this is dangerous.
Alaji, citizen of this country.
This is very dangerous.
It concerns me as well.
Alaji, thank you. Kofi Uma from Kumasi says, I think all missionary schools should emulate T.I. Amas. Kumasi is the best ever for inter-religion. I am a Christian from Pentecost, but my best days were at the school. We go out for church and still join the Muslims to mosque if you wish. All right. This one says, Nana, when I attended Wesley Grammar School, not Wesley Girls, Wesley Grammar School, we had a routine where we'd attend church on Sundays, and there was a designated space for Muslim students to pray, even during Ramadan. We would also reserve food for them during fasting periods. And now on our first day at school, all the rules were read to us. If you can follow, you follow. This one says, good morning, I am Eben in Kwabenya. As a country, we need to tread cautiously when it comes to religion in our various schools. We go to school to acquire knowledge, to develop our communities, not to divide ourselves with religion. Let's wise up Ghana and embrace good things. This one says, my daughter was forced to wear hijab at Upekuma Islamic Government School in Kaswa. She was even punished before for not wearing it. Okay. This one says the education minister has goofed. Exactly.
Caution again. That is a Christian texter. He's given his side of experience when it comes to a Muslim school. You have the luxury to sit in your chair and describe it as being sensational. But when it is coming from a Muslim, and you see, that's why if there is anything Islam teaches us, it's fairness. One of the fundamental principles.
I don't think that's what.
No, that's what he said.
That's not.
Unless of course you pretend.
No, Hamza. I don't.
On one breath, Hamza. Good Muslims are watching. On another breath, this sensationalism. How can you dismiss somebody's experience when we are in court? Trying to uphold Muslim students' rights on the basis of their experiences in a Christian school.
Tell Hamza to,
and if there's anything,
if he had opportunity of listening to me before his arrival, he would have known that at least I've not taken a position for Muslims or for Christians.
But you are trying to dismiss somebody's experience.
My main position
and I'm telling you, don't do that.
Fundamental laws of this country, which I said that look, our fundamental human rights are rights that are enshrined clearly in the Constitution.
Very well.
Okay,
and therefore tell him not to dismiss
the experience that
somebody has given his experience in relation to a Muslim.
Also take me
if there's anything Islam teaches, is the principle of fairness. Listen to him, because those of us who are in court, we are in court on the basis of experience of Muslim students in a Christian school.
Very well.
This one says an objective. That's a fundamental pillar of Islam.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Hamza. Thank you. Yes. Ahmed from Mumbai says the education minister has goofed in his utterances on the Wesley Girls Buha. The school has their own standards. We don't need to blame the school. This simply tells us that as Muslims, we must have our own schools.
No.
Well, I don't think so.
Those are the
one of the arguments.
Those are the matters I'm talking about.
It's actually one of the arguments the AG made that the government should invest in establishing more secular schools. It's actually in the AG's submission. Well, this one says the school in question is a Christian school, and so if you're not ready to abide by their rules and regulations, it is better not to send your word there. Simple. But you see, that will also take away the fairness and the right to of education.
When they were not taken there by it was they were taken there by school placement.
But you have to choose that.
You choose your schools, all right, but of course randomly the school.
But you have to choose wherever you want. This says when a day in John. No, I'm not getting the message. But anyways, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll move on to other matters. Send your messages in. We'll do our best to read them. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And the things that ought to be done and must be done, it shall be done. There shall be a performance.
There is an anointing coming on you.
I see somebody, you will arise, you will return to your house from which you came out.
Warfare is a declaration that it is time for the heavens to move.
Let there be a performance.
Until you are ready to contend for truth, you are not ready to manifest truth.
I am for peace, but when I speak, we are for war.
Let there be a performance of your word and your word only. Impact 2025. Be there.
Meet James. James has been searching for happiness for years. So we asked locals to point him to the source of their happiness. Until one fateful night, when his search finally came to an abrupt end. Find your happy place with GoTV. Get GoTV to enjoy a wide range of shows for the whole family. GoTV. Love it.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Go give me the luckiest. Go feel from Georgia be luckiest. From not the pure cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go feel be that luckiest.
God Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy cry. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his baby deal.
Oh, How romantic!
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test. Fuck.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, the way our family pay my seminar. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
You're welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We're having the news review segment, and so join us with your thoughts, your comments, and your contributions via the WhatsApp number and, of course, on our socials. Let's move into the matter of the extension of the tenure of the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohunu. Yesterday, the President granted him a 2-year extension. Hamza, is this a U-turn on the President's own directive?
I don't understand.
President Mahama had earlier issued a directive, if you like, stopping or cancelling the extension of contracts for persons who had reached their retirement age, especially in public service.
Yes,
now the IGP is supposed to leave by December, but yesterday, upon recommendation or a request by the Police Council, the President has extended his tenure.
Yes, I remember clearly that the earlier days of this government, His Excellency President Mahama, through his executive secretary, directed that all public institutions should resist the temptation to extend contracts or to give contracts to those who had passed the retirement age of 60. It was one of the early directives that came. Another directive that came at the time had to do with a ban on the purchase of state lands.
Yeah.
Many of these directives have since been reviewed. You remember not long ago, there was statement to the effect that in the news that even the decision to ban the purchase of state lands have been lifted.
The President actually made that statement during I think the Commission of the Lands.
Yes, but when he was going to ban it, there was a letter to that effect. So I know that there was subsequent discussions. You remember lecturers in particular raised concerns about the directive of the President. And meetings were held and many of engagements took place. And so portions of it was reviewed. What I cannot say is whether or not it included an institution like the Ghana Police Service. But as a matter of fact, I think in line with good governance, it would have been prudent for when these decisions were made to review same, statements were released to that effect. I do not know why a statement was not released to that effect, but I'm sure it is the job of the media men. I will also do my best after this show to find out why a statement was not released to that effect. But I know, based on the information I have in government, that after engagements with many of our lecturers, especially those in the educational sector, who raised concerns about the directive and the practicality of that particular directive, especially when they had many of their colleagues who were on retirement on an extension because of issues of challenges when it comes to lectures and those who were also supervising thesis. Cogent reasons were advanced. And I know that it informed the decision of the government to at least review portions of that particular directive. This clearly would be one or an exception, because I know that since his assumption of office as IGP, the Police Council has become quite active on the grounds. I just got back from Tamale, and when I got there, I was greeted with reports of how the IGP's task force had brought sanity to the streets of Tamale because they were having to deal with issues of armed robbery and stuff like that. We all saw the forward role the Ghana Police Service even took in the illegal mining fight. And so it is commendable. So far, his policies are beginning to bear fruits. Seated where the President is seated, I am sure I would have been minded to extend his stay to another 2 years, like His Excellency President Mahama has done. But like I indicated, in conformity with good governance practices, one would have expected a statement released, relieving, what's the name, indicating a review of the earlier directive that was not done. This government is not a perfect government. Sometimes the government may be overwhelmed with certain things, and so maybe those who are supposed to release such a statement, it could have escaped them. But like I said, this is not a perfect institution. We will not behave like the previous. We will not behave like the previous administration and say that this is acceptable. This is something that could have been avoided if a statement was issued. True. A statement, I'm sure, was not issued to indicate the review. We will take lessons from it as a government and ensure that anytime there's a change in policy direction, that statement is made public, like the initial directive that came. But on the whole, it is only proper that we respect this decision and commend the police council for in their wisdom thinking. Because remember that the president only acted on the recommendations of the police council. In their wisdom thinking that, look, there's the need for the IGP to continue for another 2 years, which the president has accepted. It does not necessarily mean that other public institutions would be allowed to extend contracts for those who have passed the retirement age. What I get...
Then that means the directive has not been reviewed. This is an exception.
No, I just told you that there were certain discussions. I know that some aspects of it were reviewed. Some aspects of it were reviewed. So that is why we are having to deal with this particular manner, this particular issue. But you see, it is not an excuse for us not to have made public or signal government's decision on that particular matter publicly. And so that is where I feel like there's a bit of a blot. But on hindsight, this is a government that takes counts of its mistakes and make amends without being arrogant and pompous. And so we will learn from it.
Very well.
And ensure that anytime we are going to announce a review of government policy, we will do so publicly.
Right. Well, Alaji, we've not seen the actual assessment of the police council for the recommendation. But from where you sit,
I can appreciate the struggle of my brother this morning.
There's no struggle, unfortunately.
No, please.
There's no struggle. If you are struggling, say.
I am saying that I can appreciate his struggle this morning to justify what actually is so glaring that we should all speak against. You see, governance, we've always said and maintained that it's for people who are competently placed to do so or to embark on. And you see, like he said, in his own words, maybe someone was supposed to write, okay, the newest position on the matter, whether or not.
Maybe, operational word, maybe. It doesn't mean it's the fact.
Please, allow me. You see, like he said, someone was supposed to have written to us that the president said just yesterday, the matter has since been reviewed, and this is the new way to go. But see, to have come out with a green letter or a green, if like letterhead, signed duly by the secretary to the president, directing all public institutions to desist, and in fact says it will never be applied, it's not accepted, to extend any public officer who is due for retirement for another 2 years or for another term. To have come out with that, only for you to now come without informing us, and Hamza says there have been a lot of discussions on this matter from the knowledge that he has. Simple letter of competence to say, look, we have reviewed this and we move on. Okay, we never saw something like that. I'm not putting in question the competence of the IGP.
Because I was going to ask if you look at the nature of his operations
under us he was a deputy IGP. Under MPP he was a deputy IGP. I'm not putting in question at all the competence of the IGP. But what I'm putting in question here is the conduct of government of the day. If you tell every single public institution that, look, this is not going to be done, Young people are also there who needs the jobs. If you are due for retirement, go home and you play this politics in the public domain. We gave you the power to act, and you have acted in that manner. Let your words be your yes be your yes. You see, this brings me to the book written by President John Dramani Mahama himself, My First Coup d'etat, where he says that in his book that sometimes decision making is actually difficult for him. He appears indecisive on matters. Clearly, this comes to confirm it. He himself, in his own book, says he's indecisive. Clearly, this act comes to confirm it. And I think that's so bad, so sad. But that said, it's been done. Ghanaians are only watching, and they are the people we are playing to. They are the people we are working to. They are the competent judges here.
Reference the book, which page?
I have only referenced it, but I can't give you the page. But of course, I am very sure of what I'm talking about. And I'll reference it when we go off. I'll give it to you.
I know. But
I'm saying that in that book, he cited indecisiveness as one of the matters that he affects
that page
or that he has.
Let
I have not told you. I've told you.
It should be in context.
I am saying that this is a complete act of indecision. What has happened yesterday is a complete act of indecision.
But
because you have decided on the matter, you have agreed to it, only for you to come and make a U-turn, and that U-turn, you've not even informed the good people of Ghana who voted for you. Then your representative come to sit here and say he is aware some discussions went on, cogent, points were raised and reasons were given, especially by lecturers, why this particular directive should not work. Simply, if that directive is not supposed to work, come out with a contrary view on that matter, review it, and let's move on. And Hamza mentioned this issue about state lands. Same. Again, it was all out. State lands will not be sold, and nobody is supposed to do it. When the U-turn was made, was there a letter to that effect as well? Was there a letter to that effect as well?
But that was communicated by the president himself.
I am saying that when the U-turn was made, okay, he communicated. But of course, you see, this is administration. These are records you are keeping for us. It's not merely coming to say what you want to say. Keep records. Why? We were here when oral was set up because of state lands. As part of the reasons. People were buying state lands to themselves. Then the next moment you told us that you, under your watch, there will not be sale of state lands. Then not from 2, 3, 4 months, you come back again and then you reviewed it again.
That is not true.
We are, that's what I'm saying. The Ghanaians are the people we are working to, and we must watch. Ghanaians are watching us. For me, like I said, I am not questioning the competence of the IG. I have not said so. And looking at so far what we are doing, we play and hope. Not everything is well. He cited the Tamale incident. I mean, Tamale, operations that they're going to. I support it. Jalil and Co. You understand? And what they are doing, great. It goes to help us. You understand? And then some other positives of the IG. We've seen it. Of course, not all. He also has his, if you like, his lapses, as it were. But as human as he appears, he has room to improve on some of these issues, as it were. But I think that the government of the day must come out and apologize to us for the U-turn and for why they did that without recourse to us when they came to us as a people of this country.
Very well, very well. Let's move on.
What do you need to say? We can't just.
You have apologized yourself. What did you say? You were not happy yourself.
But you had the first bite.
You had the first bite.
I need to respond briefly to. I'm in government. Give me that.
Can you imagine this? Is he opposition? No, you can't do this. You allow this man to bully you on this television. The man had his bite. He said what he wanted to say.
My party is in government. He is in opposition. So I get to the last. Why? I get what you done.
You just admitted to the last.
I have to explain. You see, that's enlightenment. Yes, you see. Nana, first of all, Kamal.
But I also have a bite if you finish.
You have a right to reply. So.
You see, Kamal, first of all, it is important for us to be very meticulous when it comes to our public commentary, especially references to evidential documents that can be traced. President Mahama never said that he had difficulties in making decision. He gave you, and that's why I was asking you.
He never said anything in the book.
That's why I was asking you to reference where President Mahama made that statement about having difficulties in decision. Any leader worth his salt must be very meticulous in your decision making. You must take time. because your decisions border on lives. We all saw the effects of hasty decisions in the last 8 years. And that is why, as a leader, one needs to take your time and be sober and reflective and resist any form of pressure that seeks to push you to take decisions quickly. You heard His Excellency President Mahama yesterday when he hinted on the looming reshuffle in January. And said that he is not in a hurry to replace the two ministries. That has been in tandem with his character and reflects same in the My First Coup d'etat book that he authored. Meticulous decision-taking process, especially when it borders on people's lives. In the last 8 years, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, we saw the effects of hasty decisions. That led to haircuts on pensioners' savings. That led to the domestic debt exchange program and all its attendant problems. We saw the hasty decisions on the implementation of the free senior high school and how it virtually brought our senior high schools to a standstill. That even up to date, our kids and younger brothers and sisters are unable to spend more than 4 months or 3 months in the various senior high schools. These are the effects of hasty decisions by leaders. So if you have a leader who teaches by conduct and action, that look, when you are taking decisions that borders on people's livelihoods, you ought to be extra careful. That is not saying, as saying that he has a difficulty in taking decisions. That's why I wanted you to reference the book. And you see, on the last point, it is true. When His Excellency President Mahama gave the directive on the freeze of the sale of state lands, did you see any official letter to that effect?
No, not that I recall.
It was a verbal directive. Presidents are allowed to give verbal and written directives. Whatever the president says constitute a policy direction of the government, not just in Ghana, even in well-established democracies. And that fact must not be lost on you, simply because we are doing politics. Again, the NDC never said that it will not sell state lands. The NDC in opposition raised issues about how you guys went about the sale of state lands at giveaway prices amongst your own political cronies. And so there was the need when we came into office to sanitize that sector. That is why that first directive was given. That halt anything related to the sale of state lands. Let us understand the industry, let us regularize it and ensure that it is done in a way that the state will benefit. Those reforms have gone through. Nothing bars His Excellency President Mahama from issuing a directive to the effect that it has been reviewed. Where I raised issue, and I thought that we could have done better as a government, relates to the extension of contracts to
post-retirement contracts.
And that is the duty of the National Democratic Congress. In the last 8 years, did you ever see any of their communicators?
So Hamza, just a quick
cautioning or
just a quick correction. I will give you just a quick correction on the directive on the state lands. In fact, on January 10, 2025. There was a letter to that.
Yeah, I just got a letter.
There was a letter to
so
that.
You see, I'm just
signed by
I'm telling you that it was who announced it first.
Now you know speaking meticulously.
Come.
Now you know. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you.
I asked you a simple question. Did you see a letter? You said no.
No.
Because
I said I was going to recall.
Because
you were emphatic.
You said it was a verbal directive. President Mahama announced it.
He did announce it.
He announced it.
And then, of course, the reversal was also announced by him. And not in the form of
a letter.
The reversal
he announced it
first.
By him. So that's Listen.
But for this, there hasn't been an announcement.
For this, there has been an action.
An action has been taken, ultra-virus, but there's not been an announcement.
What do you mean by ultra-virus?
I mean, an action has been taken against the initial.
No, but let me learn for you. I said that. I was clear.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Why are you doing this?
30 seconds. We're losing time, so you can go to him.
I'm in power.
Oh, come. Stop this power thing.
Yeah, it's meant to. Fighting. To remind him that he's in opposition. But I see, Nana, on a more serious note, on the issue of the IGP, like I said, it could have been done better. It could have been handled better, especially considering the fact that an earlier directive was given to freeze that sector. And if there was a review, I think that as a government, we could have handled it in a way acceptable. We didn't. We didn't issue another statement. That is why I indicated that the NDC never promised to run on the basis of our ideas alone. Many of the things we would get right. But he knows he's a Muslim. Perfection is only for the Almighty Allah. There are going to be few of these slips. And where we slip and we feel that things could have been done better, unlike them, we would be candid to the Ghanaian people and admit that we could have gone about this situation better.
Thank you. Alaji.
Hamza says that hasty decision making should actually be abhorred. Hasty decision making is not proper. To the extent that he says the implementation of our flagship policy, the free SHS, which we pride ourselves as people who have ensured that the young men and women of this country have a future, was a hasty decision that we made, according to him. He says that the President Mahama doesn't make hasty decisions. He makes meticulous decisions. He takes his time to make a decision. Indeed. The green letter that came to announce that contract would not be extended, I believe was not a hasty decision. I believe. In the words of Hamza, that was not hasty.
It was not.
Really?
It was not.
A hasty decision that you have made only for you yourself. The one who made the decision, who we say is not hasty, has actually made a U-turn on it. What thinking went into it to make that decision meticulous and not hasty? Just few months down the line, you wrote to us that, look, this is inimical to our growth, that no contract will be extended. You say it's not hasty, with all respect.
Nobody. The directive.
What? The directive is that you should cease. If you say something should cease, what? It means it's not. Don't be putting words in the statement that was. No, please.
Don't do that.
I am saying that you came and made a decision.
Don't do that.
Which decision you call it not hasty? The same person who made the decision comes to make a U-turn on it and then do what is supposed to have been done according to him again, which was not supposed to have done, as it were. Now you say that one is not hasty. I'm surprised. Like I said once again, Ghanaians are our judges. They're listening to us. They are the people who, of course, will infer whether or not a hasty decision is a decision you make just few months down the line and make a U-turn, or a hasty decision is a decision you make, you understand, and ensure that it's a decision that you meticulously put together that is not hasty, as it were. You see, my point is that if you come to sit here,
can you read the directive?
If you come to sit here,
the directive was quite simple. It was
that we should not allow
3 lines.
Yes,
titled suspension of the grant of contract appointments. The grant of post-retirement contract appointments to retired public service staff has been suspended with immediate effect. 2, consequently, all requests for such appointments will no longer be considered.
Simple.
3, kindly take note of this directive and ensure strict
emphasis on consequently all requests on this will not be what?
Is the operational word not suspension?
Suspension, yes.
So do you understand suspension to mean the end of doing that thing?
No. But if the suspension has been lifted,
so but that is where I agree.
Let us be informed.
But listen to his playback.
I am saying that you said all these requests will not be granted, and you haven't come to tell us that you have revoked your.
He was placing words that are not
only
part
for
of
you
the
to
directive.
go
That's why I said you should
otherwise.
read it.
It is a U-turn, and that is a hasty decision. You understand? You made it without thinking into it properly.
Clearly, my brother has a difficulty in understanding what.
No, you said
I've given you an example of
said you make his decision with
and the economic and political cost
decision and come to make a U-turn on it.
Aminu from
suspension is a hasty
the government communication
something that has been reviewed. How is that a hasty decision?
Aminu from Nsawam says,
I am saying
semantics. The word is suspension.
From it. I am saying that the man came to tell you that this is not supposed to be countenanced.
He said suspension.
No request will be granted on this. Now, if you are saying no request is granted on it, and that is what it is,
is that you understand what
suspension? For you to come and do what? Oh no.
Is that suspended with immediate effect?
So yes.
Consequently, all requests for such appointment will no longer.
And have you been told otherwise?
Be considered.
And have you been told otherwise?
You have not been told otherwise. And then
it is suspension. Does suspension mean that it will not be done all ever again?
Hamza, Aminu from Nsawam says the government's communique issued in April and signed by the executive secretary to the president directed a suspension of all contract appointments and stressed strict compliance. In light of that directive, the police council had no authority to consider extending the inspector general of police's tenure. Let let alone recommend a 2-year extension to the president. I am deeply disappointed and question whether we are truly being guided by our national principles.
Seriously.
It is time to speak truth to power. This one says, good morning, Nana. The standard compulsory retirement age as stipulated by the Ghanaian Constitution and the National Pensions Act is 60. Granted extension to the IGP is no news and not surprising. Some members of the ruling government are in the media advocating for a 3rd term for the president. We are expecting the extension of the tenure of the Chief Justice.
3rd term for
Kojo Mafo, where are you getting all this
3rd term. I heard Kojo, what's it, your brother, Kojo Duasari. I heard him on Asempa saying that they should give John Mahama.
But come on.
We are running
an open democracy. Yes. And what's wrong with that? We are running.
There's everything wrong with it.
No, wait. We are running.
The man is tells you my term is ended.
Nana, yes.
The law is clear.
We are running.
So what is this?
Wait. We are running an open democracy. President Mahama has indicated that he is not contesting. It does not mean that people are precluded from exercising their democratic rights to call on him to contest.
Very well.
Or to make calls
at the expense
for
of
constitutional reforms. Yeah, no, but people can make calls for constitutional reforms. Let me ask you a simple question. If tomorrow we wake up and we realize as a country that President John Dramani Mahama had performed so well that many of us are satisfied, irrespective of our political affiliations, and we deem that we need him for the next phase, that is, the entire nation can decide
to wake up and
to push through a constitutional reform.
It's just like waking up.
It will be legal. It will be democratic. Well, but we are not there. It does not mean that push
now the constitution does not allow.
Absolutely, I agree. It does not. So you can't criminalize people. That should be the cause for constitutional reform.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our time is up. We would have to leave it here. Alhaji Kamadin, thank you so much. Hamza. Our time is up. We did the back and forth with the two issues.
John Paul says we should give 50%. The next day, they're talking of 5% and say that is legal.
We'll find time to deal with it.
With all your super majority numbers in parliament,
amend the law. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been the news review segment. The show continues after this.
This festive season, Volta Serene Hotel invites you to experience the magic of Christmas and New Year like never before. From 20th of December to the 1st of January, step into a world of joy, music, laughter, and celebration. We begin on the 20th with a soulful carols night, filling the air with warmth and melody. Then, on 23rd and 24th of December, arrive in style as we welcome you with fresh coconut and local treats. Christmas Day brings pure delight, exciting moments for kids, relaxing escape for adults, and an elegant all-white dinner under the stars, crowned with a spectacular fireworks display. On Boxing Day, embrace culture and rhythm, from picnics and traditional dance to an unforgettable high life and old school night. As the week unfolds, enjoy movie night, live music, karaoke, and endless fun, until we welcome 2026 with a breathtaking fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Special Christmas packages starting from 4,050 for individuals, 5,250 for couples, and 8,900 Ghana cedis for a family of 4 for 2 nights. Call or WhatsApp 0541 539 867 or 0362 025 243 to book your experience today. Volta Serene Hotel. Feel the serene touch.
Rooted in heritage. Shaped by ambition. Defined by style. Inspired by soul. This is Afro Quality, the first multi-country concept store for African brands. Now in Nairobi, Kigali, and Accra.
Dear Santa, all I want this holiday
is special family time.
Whenever you come around family, you can find love.
To go on an adventure.
Tickets to every game. Some giggles.
Let's go!
This holiday, simply stay connected and get all you want on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu of the N1 Highway or any of our regional offices.
3 seconds on Daddy Ghana. Are you ready? The Blue Magic is rising again as Pre-Sec Legon celebrates 87 years of unstoppable excellence. This year, Pre-Sec and the Odadia Global Association presents the electrifying 87th Speech and Prize Giving Day under the theme Celebrating Our Heritage, Shaping Future Leaders Through Discipline and Academic Excellence. The date, Saturday 29th November. The time, 9:30 a.m. sharp. The venue, Pre-Sec Legon Ceremonial Grounds. The chairman, Odadie Edmond Ahadome, executive partner, the Adome Group Limited. Guest of honor, Right Reverend Dr. Abraham Nana Opare Kwache, moderator, General Assembly PCG. The guest speaker, Odadie Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Minister of Foreign Affairs. And this year's mega celebration is proudly powered by the unstoppable Odadie Y2K Group, the torchbearers of the Blue Flame. Come witness the energy, the brilliance, the heritage. This is Pre-Sec. This is excellence on full display. Oh, come along and join us. Pre-Sec at 87. In thy light, we shall see light.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Go give me the luckiest. Copy from Georgia be luckiest. From not the Pia cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it away, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me well.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for Yuki. I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family payment. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hello everyone, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV, and we're excited to have you here. Absolutely. And as you already know, Nana Tufo started up the show, and now we are going to be taking you from now till 11 a.m. My name is Chris Carter.
My name is Jude Duncan. Promises to be exciting and very educative. And Chris, we'll start off with a really, really important aspect of our social development. You know, that hasn't been, a lot of attention hasn't been paid to.
That is sanitation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we are going to be going to the Odor River and check out what is happening there. But before we do that, we actually have Kweku David, who had visited there earlier this month, and he's going to tell us his experience and, everything he thinks about the place. And also, I think he has some pictures to show us because he went there on a photo documentary
For the uninitiated,
mission.
Kweku David is arguably one of the country's foremost.
Yeah.
Who can
make it's a matter of record.
Well,
one of my very good friends work with him, so
I love photography. So yes, yeah. So yes, I did embark on a journey looking at the river. The course of the river. Now, just a bit of a background. So the Odor River initiates. The headwater starts from the Ekwapim Mountains, actually. So nestled somewhere beyond Agri is where the Odor River starts.
That's where it starts from.
Yes. And it descends down into the Abokobi area, coming down through Westlands, Hacho, and towards
Westlands.
Yes. So
there's a river that goes through there.
There's a drain. Yes, there's a big drain.
So you see, we call it drain now, but it's
actually a river.
It's supposed to have been a river.
We're referring. No, it is a river.
It is a river.
But you see, there was a policy that was driven by government some years ago to create embankments for river bodies.
Okay.
Because there's about 9 of such rivers that run through. This is the latest picture. We shouldn't start from here, please. Let's go to right from the beginning. All right. So from the Alajo side, this is right at the sea. This is the Kole Lagoon. We don't want to see this at this point. All right. So the journey, the water starts from Ekwapim Hills through Abokobi, through Westlands, then Hacho, then comes down through the Odome Achimota area, and so a lot of people know it from the Achimota side, where you see the big storm drain, and then it goes down through Alajo, and then so this is the first image that we have here. Now this is where I began.
Oh, okay.
The picture tour from, all right, because it's a long river, right? It's about 30 kilometers long, all right, and so what you're seeing here is cattle that are being ranched
by the side,
by the river.
So basically the river is under it and they're just there. So
Yes,
the dump and everything goes
everything, all the excreta,
the dunk, everything.
Yes, and so you see, the first one we saw was on the left side. This one is on the right side, and they are ranched. They've set it up, and government has allowed this to happen.
Through the local assemblies.
Meanwhile, yes, through the local assemblies. Meanwhile, guess what? There are laws that say that between 20 to 50 meter buffer zones so there should be nothing within 20 meters of this water, right? And yet this is what we are seeing here. Nothing
so this
is supposed to be within 20 meters.
So this is the river,
and this is at the Alajo. This is Alajo.
The Alajo side.
This is Alajo side. The journey as we progress, you would see. Now look at this is let's talk about the activities that are happening around.
Okay.
So we've seen the ranching, the cattle ranching that's going on there. We also see the mechanic shops. Now many of these structures that are here are broken down.
Oh, this is not a bus stop.
No, it's a fitting shop. Yeah. So they will drain oil, they will drain dirty oil, they will, spare parts, all of those things. A lot of them end up in
the water.
Okay. So you can see what's happening here. Now, look at the silt that is on the side.
Yeah.
Okay, we missed that. But yes, this is still there,
But I'm wondering, since it's a river, that means they're supposed to be living organisms inside.
Yes.
Does this have fishes?
Obviously,
because it's a river. So rivers are meant to have
if a fisherman
organisms.
If a fisherman went to fish and they brought fish from this,
you wouldn't be happy.
consume it.
But you don't know.
Do you know?
If I know,
no, but you don't.
Exactly, so you don't know.
Right.
That's serious, Kweku.
Yes.
Did you engage residents who are living in some of these?
No. Because this is really just letting the photos tell the story.
Wow.
Right.
And they actually do.
Yeah, the photos themselves tell the story. So you see the motorbikes that are there, a lot of them are broken down, a lot of them are under repairs. So we have motorcycle repairs, we have vulcanizers, we have cattle ranching, we have all kinds of things that are happening on right where there should be a buffer. There is no buffer. This really tells the story of the failure of urban planning and development and waste management.
Wow.
You know, look at the silt. Dude, look at this.
It's unimaginable.
It's meters of silt in a flowing river.
I can imagine.
Why wouldn't there be flooding in Accra?
Wow. We also know of the ongoing Greater Accra
GARID.
The GARID project, right? The Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, which is a World Bank funded project aimed at effectively tackling, urban flooding, and it is particularly for communities along the Odor River. They did come up. Did you engage officials who are working as part of this project? Did they mention anything to you as part of the work they are doing?
No, but I saw elements of the project. So so there's some in the Abofu area. There's part of it at Circle. So I saw them huge projects that are going on.
I think there's
there.
also one at the Palermo. Is it
Paloma? The Paloma area.
Palermo,
Yes.
you're going to Italy.
So yes. So there's that. But along the course that I took, I noticed the Abofu one, and then I also noticed the one at Circle itself. Yeah, the Circle one is the biggest of the lot.
We can clearly see the level of filth.
Yes, and the silt. For me, it's also the silt. It's not just filth. It's also the silt.
How about the stench?
Stench at this particular point, the stench wasn't that bad. Okay.
But what about
because
when the cows
here the water still moves.
Okay.
Here the water still moves, right?
So the cows do not affect it?
Oh no, their dung will definitely go into it. So you're talking about pollutants in the moving water, which of course affects river life as well, right? And I remind you, people who are living by the banks of the river are supposed to be fending for their lives from river sources, right? That's why you go close to water bodies. You get it? Now, my issue with the silt is that, dude, we always say we are desilting. Have you not heard those words?
A lot of them.
That word being used, desilting. Oh yeah, it's the time. Rainy season is coming, so we're going to desilt. This Alajo problem here has been here for 10 years without moving. It has not gotten any better than this. So I don't know what desilting has gone on. You see, there's even worse ones when we get to the Kole Lagoon. So I think we can move the photos forward.
But while we're moving the photo forward, sometimes when there's a lot of filth, the water just goes on a standstill.
Yes.
Is it what's happening here, or it keeps moving?
So here there's a lot of stagnation, but there's still enough space for some of the water to flow. Yes. So a fair amount of it is flowing. Beyond this picture here, the other one that we saw with the large area of silting.
Yeah.
So that one, the water has to find its way, and it has found its way, and it still goes, right? I wish we could move on from here, this one to the next set of pictures, and then we can talk through what's happening there. So you see the small bit of water that's here. So the water will pass on this left side
so
here,
it's
and
looking
that's
for
where it
directions to go.
go. Yeah. All right, we need to go beyond this point of picture so that we can see what else is happening. Yeah.
Wow, Kweku,
yes.
You wanted to add something?
No, there's a lot more to add. I'm speaking to pictures, so I need to see the pictures to be able to show you. But beyond this point, we went to Aveno, and then in Aveno, but we can't show you the Aveno pictures yet. We went to Aveno and went through Aveno to Circle. Now at Circle, there were interesting scenes there. Now I will just paint a picture for you of the interesting scenes at Circle. What we did was we saw people who live on top of the Odor River,
They live on the river.
They live on the river. Now let me explain how that works. So there are small bridges that cross the river, at a point, right? And this is right at Circle. Okay, so the New Plant Station, there are rivers that cross, and it's unfortunate we can't see the photos now, but
interesting.
There are rivers that there are bridges that cross. Now on the bridge, they've created housing. So you know these we call them these the settlements that have developed around, let's say, like the
slums.
The slums. But you know the way they build them, they've built similar ones on these bridges.
Wow.
Yes. So honestly, I wish we could show you the photo because the photos are there. Yeah.
Wow.
And they live on the bridge.
Yeah.
So you will see 10 to 20 different shacks that have been built on the bridges, and there are 2 of those bridges at Circle.
Wow.
And they live there.
Outside of this show, is there any way we can access these pictures? I know you're with Bernard early on the Point of View show.
Yeah, but the Point of View was talking about the Ayensu River.
The Ayensu River.
Yesterday I did CNR and started talking about the Odor River as well. Yes, and there's a story I did on citynewsroom.com. You know, reviving the Kole Lagoon, because what you realize is that on the tail end of the Odor River is the Kole Lagoon. So the Odor feeds into the Kole, and the Kole then goes into the Atlantic Ocean. And right in there, at the exit of the lagoon, is a huge mound. You see the silt that is here? There's actually silt that if Jude, you wanted to build a house in the middle of the Kole, you could build a house on it.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yes. It's that firm and that compact.
Let's get to Philip, who is currently stationed at the Odor River, for updates.
By the way, it's Odor.
Odor.
Yes, not Odor. It's Odor.
People even say Odona.
Yes, but it's the Odona.
So
Odor.
So what's the difference between Odor and the Odona?
It's not a tree word.
Okay.
It's a Gan word.
It's a Gan word.
Yes.
So Odor.
Odor.
So the Odor River.
Yes.
Interesting.
Odor River. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the time, David Kwekusechi, who is here with us at Channel 1 TV. But we'll join Philip, who is currently stationed at the Odor River, as Kweku has rightly taught us the pronunciation, to give us some brief insights into, the current state of affairs and the general conditions in the area. So good morning, Philip, and welcome to Breakfast Daily. Hello, Philip. Good morning.
Hi, Philip.
Good morning, Jude, and good morning to Chris Carter and also David Sechi. That was a good one there. Jude, can you hear me? I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, loud.
I'm sure you can also hear me.
Go ahead.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Go ahead.
And like I indicated, good morning to you and good morning to our viewers. Yes, I noticed you were saying Odor or Odor. You can take Odor, we can take Odor. It's still the river that has been polluted by activities of individuals, and also the battle that we've always been having here. Mind you, on Breakfast Daily on Wednesdays, we try and bring you sanitation focused stories for the government and stakeholders to notice how sanitation situation is ongoing in the country, not only in Greater Accra region. And like you indicated yourself and Chris Carter, today we are located here at the Odor Riverside that leads to the Kole Lagoon, and Kweku David has done justice to it. But I had the opportunity to visit this place with Samuel Atachia, who then was the Works and Housing Minister. I also came here with also Kojo Ponkruma, who also took over as the Works and Housing Minister. Francis Asensobwachi, also Works and Housing Minister. Yet to see Kenneth AJ, who is the current Works and Housing Minister. I'm sure he may have been here also to assess the situation. A number of activities have been ongoing here by way of dredging to ensure that water that will flow upstream somewhere from Agri down into the sea would be controlled here, so that we wouldn't see what we've been seeing here in the past. That is the sanitation situation. Fast forward, flooding that people of the Odona have been witnessing in the past years. Mind you, there was the June 3 disaster, and according to reports, this particular river played a key role when it came to the June 3 disaster because of how choked it was. But maybe the cameraman want to pan and for us to check some of the tunnels, we can see that the tunnels are really blocked, and we do not know how water is going to flow from that side into the river. Also, though some sort of dredging has been done on this particular river, we can see that still people are dumping refuse in there, which is another challenge. Aside that, heaps of sand at the shoulders of this particular river, and should it rain, definitely these heaps of sand, if not cleared from there, would find its way into the river. So we are painting the picture of how dire the situation is, and this place that we understand once had a lot of fishes in there and also served as a recreational facility. We can't say same for that now, because I'm not sure that you would be able to sit close to this particular drain or say river and enjoy yourself. The stench emanating from this place is really unbearable. But fortunately, we have a man that has seen it all, a man that has heard it all, a man that has been in this situation, in this community, and has seen the flooding situation, the dredging and all that. I'm talking about the assembly member for Odor Sahara electoral area, who is Nobo Kina. So on our way, you can join us. Let's have a brief conversation on what the situation is. But I can see silt all over. I can see refuse all over. I can see that all the various authorities, by way of dredging, are trying to put in some measures for the place to be cleaned, for us to protect lives and property when it comes to sanitation or maybe flooding situation in this country. But still, the river is not moving as it should, and I can see sand or silt in there, as well as rubbish. Tell us more about that. So you are the assembly member for this area. How is the situation like?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Now I can tell you the situation is a little bit better, because for the past, from June, we realized the place was silted up to somewhere near to the bridge. So we call in our MP, that is Honorable Zanato Ajima Rawlings, and we sent her the videos and the pictures of what is happening here. So immediately, as you were mentioning the ministers, all those ministers have been here by the same MP. She pulls them to see what is happening here. So around June, she did same, and they started working seriously on this area. And you can see the silt there because of that work, dredging. And now, when you look at the machine there, they are casting down the silt out of the place so that they can continue dredging. They do it as and when it's time for this area. But at the moment, they are around Caprice. Okay. They started from Caprice. But because this place was very huge, they had to cut down that area and come here. That is the reason why we had flood, but it was not that massive to destroy. But when you look at other areas, it was massive and things were destroyed. Also, for instance, like the Brookgate area, you saw what happened there. Now, my problem is we have a very bad situation. One is our attitude. That is Ghanaians, our attitude towards our river bodies. That is one thing that we should be mindful of, because you can't throw refuse in the gutter. And two, the accredited contractors around various communities.
So you mean the environmental service providers?
Yes.
The people who go around to pick refuse
various
from various
assemblies.
homes?
Yeah, various assemblies. I want to use assemblies because it's assemblies who control them, who gave them their contracts. So they also must be up and doing and making sure with the sanitation team, the environmental officers, to make sure everybody is assigned to make sure that their refuse is being carried by the contractors. Therefore, they will not throw their refuse away into the gutter. Okay. Then also the engineering. Well, as we are here, you can see the beam of this bridge. Okay. This is the railway bridge. You can see the beam. The beam is about 4 meters inside the drain or the river. Yes. And now this is about 4 meters into. When it's full, it hits it and comes back to the community. So this bridge must be rebuilt and raise it up so that all the water can pass. And it's the same. We have two bridges, one here and the other one at the Gafugro Beyema junction there. So this is the main problem we are facing here, and I believe that this time authorities will take charge and make sure when we are done with this too, I'm sure the situation will calm down a little. Then there is another one too at Agbogboshi end. There's another bridge there. These 3 bridges, when it's full, instead of the water to go all the way to Kole and settle at Kole area, that is why Kole area is that vast land. So that when the water gets into the Kole and it's not able to enter into the sea, it settles there and move into the sea slowly. But when that place is blocked and these bridges block the water, it flows back into our communities and it destroys a lot of things. You need garages, there are a lot of people there, and there are mechanics. Yeah. The number of
but it's also another big problem. Why do we have to get a lot of people along the river operating their businesses?
So Garrett Projects is taking care of this, but in fact, to be honest with you, the work is slow for me. The work is slow for me because most of the people here have been compensated, and so they have to, when they are working, I don't think the cars will be there. Those cars there will be moved as if they come today. They will be moved out of the place because the land is there and there's nobody taking care of what is there, and there's no work going on. So they will definitely use it to the advantage.
Because just behind you is refuse, and people are burning them.
Some of these things happens in the night, and even we've managed to stop all of them, but at night you can't be here. There's no light. Somebody can snatch you with anything. You see, so you can't be here to check them 24/7. But then in the morning nobody can do this unless at night. That is what they do. And you know this because of the circular economy going on here. You see those parking the things, but there are some scrap. Those we call the janitors. Okay. They go and pick things like car tie, which they are metal in. The e-waste. Sometimes they put it together, then they bend and they remove the wires and the coppers and those things and sell it to the scrap dealers. So when they finish doing that and somebody is passing, he look left and right and he doesn't see anybody, then drops whatever is there on the floor.
Then from what you have indicated, we have a lot of work to do when it comes to protecting this river and also the Kole Lagoon.
Yes. So we have a community work dogs who also goes round, but it's volunteer, so sometimes we need to support them. That is what goes on here. Most of it comes from the mechanic area. They bring the guys to come and watch over until night, then they go home. But in the daytime you can't do this here, and so this is the problem we are facing. And I believe that once our president promised to make sure this work will go on. The last time he came around Circle, he told the contractor, please, this work must be done and must be done. But still, I believe it's slow. So I've reported it to my MP, and we are bereaved. So for now, we will finish the funeral and take work back to work again.
And before you take leave of us, just your final words, and how best do you think that people who stay upstream, because we understand that the situation also starts from upstream where people stay, dump refuse and also gets here, and also maybe activities up there also affects the Odor River. Just share with us and your final words on that.
Yes. When you look at somewhere like the Agri mountainous area, there has been a lot of development going on. Where do they cast? When they cast their concrete, erosion, when it's erosion, and that is why we see a lot of sand in the gutter, because all this sand comes from the upstream. And those who construct development going on everywhere, I don't see the reason why here only in Ghana that you have to buy sand in a tipper truck and come and dump it on the street. Sand, stones in the tipper, come and dump it in the street. But you must go to the stores and get it. When you know you are building and you need 300 bags of cement, you need 600 bags of sand, you need stones, the various type of stones, you need to go to the stores and get it into the car and take it to your site. But always in a tipper truck, they dump it on the street, and it's not good. That is one thing that contributes to the silt of the gutters. Then, like I told you, there are accredited companies who are supposed to go to various houses and pick their refuse must also do so. The circular economy guys, those who scrap dealers, and those who pick rubbers and plastics for recycling must all. That is the most reason why you cannot see a lot of plastic in town now. But when it rains, people's homes, they just dump, and that is what causes the problem. But you can see now, because of these people, the plastics and this thing has become few, except the black ones, which I believe one day it will be banned. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So that is Hendrik Nobokina, who is the assembly member for the Odona Sahara electoral area, and he has told us a number of things that ideally should have been done. But he also mentioned the fact that the contractors, just recently we saw a demonstration by the environmental service providers members who were asking that at least the government should pay them monies owed them so that they can also go about their day-to-day activities. If that is done, it's also going to help. We know that Dredge Masters is in charge of this particular project. We know for sure that some form of work is ongoing. But the bigger problem is the attitudinal change, people dumping refuse into these drains and what happens upstream. Maybe by way of just citing an example, we were just looking at having this place to be a recreational facility according to the plan for the Odor River and moving forward to the Koli Lagoon. And if you should visit some other countries, they've been able to do this, transformed it into places where people can sit by and at least enjoy themselves or have fun or be a recreational facility for them. But the situation is not same here. So like we are saying here, Jude and Chris, that is the situation here with the Odor River that leads into the Koli Lagoon. But let me just take you to the other side briefly. You see that from what Kweku David was talking about the silt, we still have some silt there, and the assembly member made mention of the fact that if after the dredging is done and we do not have waste being taken out, of the shoulders of the drain or say the river, eventually it ends up into the river and it chokes it, and whenever it rains there is going to be that challenge where people would now have to be battling for their lives and will be moving away from their homes. And mind you, even at Odona, if that situation should happen, you just notice that the mechanics there will now have to move their vehicles from that place and bring it to higher grounds. So that is a bigger problem that we are facing here at Odona. But like it's been indicated, human activities is also contributing greatly to this particular situation, among other things. Let me engage this man who happens to be a resident here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You're saying?
You're from Victor. Yeah, I'm a mechanic here.
You're a mechanic here. Tell us about the situation when it comes to the waste that normally is being dumped into this refuse, based on and also the fact that sometimes we would have to struggle in this area when it rains.
Yeah, I always a victim for this flood system. You see even the bridge, as our honorable said, the bridge is our bigger problem. Yeah, the bridge have to raise. If the flood comes, it can straight from here at least half kilometer from here to Old Timers, and we are suffering. There is very 9 feet above 9 feet, very very tall. So that is our problem. This bridge, the second one, and then the third one. So always, but last time we reported it to our MP, and they brought the engineer. So they came and you see the work they have done. So they have to collect the sand. When they put the sand on one side, and they leave it there. So you see that if it rain, it come back to the system. So now I saw that now they are collecting it day and night. Yeah. So always the under has to be clean, and the other side too. When you go to pass here to the other bridge too, that one to the same thing. So if the bridge is always free for the water to flow, then that means our problem at least.
But you are a mechanic here. Yeah. Why do you have some of your people dumping refuse into the river? And I can see a lot of rubbish here.
Please, all this is it's not from the garages, so it's from far away. If it rains and the water is flowing from the north down to this side, you stand here, you see that it's carrying a lot of rubbish. Then if you reach the bridge, then all the rubbish come down. So it's not coming from garages at all. All this, you see the fridges, TVs and other things coming from the top. So it's not from the garages at all. From here, there's nothing coming. You see, we deal with the scraps, iron, and people buy it. So all these things coming from the other side, it's not from our side.
Thank you. Your name again?
Yeah. My name is Gabriel Victor Portofel.
Okay, Gilbert, thank you so much. So that is what Gilbert has also alluded to the fact that some of the refuse you can see here and also what you can see in the river, it's not from people around this place. It's coming from upstream. So in case you live around that place, Agri, you live around that Sherman area, you live around, say, places around Adenta where the river connects and all that, just have it at the back of your mind that every activity you do upstream affects us downstream, eventually results in the flooding that is often happens in this area, and also the city as well. So Chris and Jude, this is the situation here at the Odor River. Though dredging exercise is ongoing by the dredge masters and other contractors, as has been indicated, activities of human is also contributing greatly to what we are saying here. And if care is not taken, we may be witnessing a lot of flooding situations in this country, maybe as we are also experiencing climate change. We do not know when the next rain or when the next heavy rain will come.
Thank you so much for your time, Philip Nilate, who is our man on the ground, helping us, you know, to appreciate the issues better. Ordinarily, he would be in the seat, you know, interrogating the issues, asking the issues, but he's on the ground. You know, the big man himself is on the ground. Chris, very distressing, you know. Very distressing, and very confusing at the same time. Confusing because I like the way the man explained their problem. You know, he bared it out that yes, they are suffering, especially when the rain comes and it starts flooding. But at the same time, it was ironic that he started to take the whole mechanic people or the people that fix the car out of the whole equation. That oh no, we are not the one making this mess. So at the end of the day, in as much as they are suffering, they are also throwing blame games on who's causing the filth at the same time. So I just feel like at this point, everything can be said and done, but at the end of the day, it's important to also involve the people. You can come and clean up the place. You can come and do whatever you are doing to the place. But if you don't involve the people around, it will still get dirty. There will still be filth everywhere. There will still be problems. I feel like in as much as we talk about this every Wednesday, there's supposed to be like a real national campaign. So this is the thing, right? Like I said earlier on to Kweku David, there's the ongoing project, right? So it's the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project. Yeah. We call GARID for short. Headed by, I think, Dr. Nsafo and the team. And this is aimed at improving Accra's flood resilience and also solid waste management. Yeah. Now, this GARID project is funded by the World Bank. In fact, in 2020, post-COVID, an additional in excess of about $300 million was given to them to support the work that they do. Now, this cuts across 17 municipal assemblies here in Ghana. Now, again, clearly you could tell that some work has been done. Right. I remember in the last parliament, it became very topical when the then minority, as you have them now, properly constituted as majority, raised issues around the slow pace of work and funding issues. Of course, we know how the domestic debt exchange program affected major government, infrastructural projects. Again, you listen to residents and they complain about the slow pace of work, and for me, it's particularly troubling because this project is a project that money had already been made available for. The allotment had already been done. The allocation had already been done. So I struggle to understand why we've not seen a very enhanced completion of all the major projects that they've been undertaking, like drainage expansion, drainage construction. Right. In some areas where the road is bad, they had to settle off some of these illegal settlers, right? Pay them off and put into the necessary measures in terms of expansion, in terms of it's troubling that 10 months down the line, you know, and this project started many years ago.
Yeah.
But 10 months into this government, we've not seen like concrete.
Nothing concrete.
You know, that you could put your hands to. And trust me, these guys are doing a lot. So I struggle to understand where the problem really is, because it can't be a funding problem, right? Because you know that the funds have already been available for. So I don't know, or maybe it's just the lackadaisical attitude of the contractors and engineers on site, maybe.
Honestly, I don't even know who to blame, but like you said, the slow pace of everything just makes you question what's going on. And looking at their document here on what exactly they hope to achieve in everything, there's number 2 that says non-structural measures to improve flood warnings and preparedness. And with that, I feel like those are just basic campaigns. Non-structural, you're not building anything. You understand? It's about telling people. It's about campaigns. It's about going around door to door. Everybody do your own part. This has nothing to do with building anything. It's just about letting the people know. And it's just as basic as a campaign. How much will it cost?
So we're told that they were going to develop like some systems, an app to be able to be, I think the app was, if I recall correctly, was to help them like flood risks.
Yeah.
You know, all of that, we've not seen it. And in April this year, President Mahama raised concerns as to why the guide project had delayed in major parts of the, and this is, and again, for information purposes. Now, the guide project is not, even though the name suggests Greater Accra, it is only being done in areas along the Odor River Basin. You know, so like Agbogboshi, like West Legon, as Kweku said. There's another project in Achimota. So all community...
They are interconnected.
Yes,
so
that's
all
along
the
Odor River Basin, you know, because that's supposed to be like a major drain. But we know the state of affairs there. If you go to Agbogboshi, for example, Kweku was talking about the cow ranches near in Agbogboshi. The cows are in. You know, they are inside the drain. And I'm wondering, how is this even possible? So I think we need expedited action from the guide project, particularly the contractors. The team are doing a very good job. I mean, the PRO, probably sure is watching the show. Every single time he's calling, giving updates. But for some reason, the work doesn't reflect.
It's not translating.
Absolutely.
It's not translating to all the talks. It's not translating to everything that they say, everything out there. So we want to see it. Anyway, we have Mr. Ernest Morgan Aqua, who's the public relation manager for Zoom Lion Ghana Limited. Hi, Mr. Ernest. Hello. Hello. Hi, Mr. Ernest Aqua. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
Fine, thank you. You're welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you.
For purposes of information, are you speaking or joining us on this show as a sanitation advocate, or you are speaking in your capacity as the public relations officer for Zoom Lion Ghana? Just so you are clear.
Oh, as a sanitation advocate.
Right.
Are you an interested party in the ongoing guide project in terms of the solid waste management aspect of this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
and it's even extends beyond that. So as we talk, would put in the right lines.
Oh, okay.
All right. So let's get straight into it. What are your thoughts on the you know, situation happening around the Odor River?
Okay, thank you very much. And I think you spoke a lot about what is happening along the Odor River, and we all know the efforts that has taken place in reshaping the Odor River. But before we even consider the Odor River, you see, there are some basic things that we have forgotten or closed our eyes on. And before anything, I think we need to handle the basic things before we start talking about how to reclaim the Odor River. There are so many tributaries, there are so many people settling along the Odor River. And let's find out if these people have a proper way of disposing their waste. So no matter what we will do, as we are talking about the silting, dredging, everything about the Odor River, the pictorial evidence that they showed us some years ago. Before we can get to that, let us do the right waste management practices. You understand?
Which is?
We had this Operation Clean Your Frontage. There are so many bylaws. Let's ask ourselves, how many households along the river or in Accra have bins to contain their waste? Talk of getting a right service provider to come and collect its waste. So if we don't solve this basic problem, whatever that will do, there are so many tributaries that people dump in it, people put garbage in it, then it falls into the Odor River.
Right.
And that is the main problem that we need to tackle.
Right.
If not, we would have all the effort, we will get all the money to dredge, to do whatever about, but it will still be as worse as it is now.
Right. I really like the fact that you said that we should go back to the basics, and that's everybody having a bin and, you know, putting their waste in the bin. But at the end of the day, one will ask, is who is going to police this? Who is going to hold people accountable for this?
You see, in our local government bylaws, somebody is responsible for this. Somebody has the mandate to this. He has the power to prosecute. And that is the environmental health officers. Those days we had the town council, we call it tankers, you know, town council people. When you hear them coming to your house, you start running and putting things in place.
Right.
What happened to the town council? And they are the people who have the power. They have the legal right to prosecute. So how many people along these stretches have they prosecuted? How many have they gone? Where have they gone to check whether they are doing the right thing in respect to sanitation? It is not happening.
Interesting.
But the power has been given to somebody. Somebody is, excuse my language, somebody is paid to ensure that this is done, and it is not done.
Mr. Morgan, we know that as urbanization intensified in the 60s, the issues around the condition of the Odor River, you know, started getting worse. And by the 80s, it had significantly deteriorated. Now, if you come as far back as 1997, I remember there was a project by government, you know, titled the Korle Lagoon, I think, Reclamation Project. Up until, from then up until now, we can't seem to have a grip in terms of reclaiming the Odor River. So my question is, successive governments have tried different kinds of projects, different names aimed at the same purpose, but for some reason we've not really yielded the necessary returns or the success story we've all wanted. So what could be done differently? What should be the approach? What is the missing link? Can you tidy it all up for us?
Yes, so the missing link now, as I said earlier, is going to the basics. Let's tackle it from the base. When we tackle it from the base, ensuring that people around that enclave are disposing their waste well, then we would have a good story to tell. And as you mentioned, urbanization. Now the number of people, the population around Accra has quadrupled, and every human being produces waste. And when they produce the waste, they have to dispose it. But the question is, are they disposing it well? And that is where we have to look at. The number of people settling in Accra, it will be difficult for us to do something about it. You understand? But let us get the right waste management systems in place. Let everybody come on board, and let us do the right thing before we will talk about. You see, when you can look at the population in the European countries, they are more than us. When you go to Netherlands, their water, their rivers, their lagoons are very clear. They are more than us. So why is it that when you go to Netherlands and you see the rivers and the lakes, lagoons, they are not as dirty as you find in Ghana?
Interesting.
It is because we have closed our eyes on the basic things that we need to do. And we are always shouting on the external things that are difficult for us to do. And we pump in so much money. But at the end of the day, there is no results.
All right. So what do you think are the impacts of the crude dumping on the Odor River and, of course, the Korle Lagoon?
the impact, you see, we people are, let me say this, people are dying. But because it is not measured, we are not putting in that necessary necessary touch to it. People are still fishing from the lagoon. People are using the water for some domestic things. Aside that, the pollution, the air pollution, the water pollution, it is causing so much havoc even in the main Gulf of Guinea, the main sea, because it travels all the way to the sea. I always say that if not for the fact that there's so much salt in the sea, probably all the fishes in the sea would have been dead by now.
True.
Interesting.
So the impact is great. And now we are not even getting any. If we had treated this thing well and we have a proper odor, it could have attracted income for the country.
Wow.
Now you can't send any tourists to that sector, that side, to have any let me say funds for tourism.
Interesting.
So we are losing big time.
I have a 2-in-1 question for you, and I hope you are able to provide some useful responses for us. So, number one, I want to find out from you the role of the municipal assemblies in this sanitation conversation we are having. And you talk about how this is also negatively affecting the tourism potential of this country. In the previous government, we had a ministry purposely for sanitation. Now we don't have such a ministry, but we have the ministry for lands and natural resources. Natural resources also being our water bodies. There's a ministry for tourism, like you rightly said. There's also a ministry for environment, right? Because sanitation is basically the environment. Which of these ministries will you say is largely responsible for the sanitation problem we have in the country, and what should they be seen to be doing to rectify?
You see, my brother, the ministries are so many. That is not the problem. When you get to every MMDA, every municipal or district assembly, all these ministries should have departments there that report straight to the municipal chief executive. Because some of the works that we are doing, or some of the works of the ministries, they are interwoven. You see, some would lap on the other. So if we have Ministry of Sanitation, it was confused with Ministry of Local Government, and the MCE might think that he reports to the local government minister. So then the sanitation minister sometimes has to push her way before what he wants to do is done. That shouldn't be the problem. They all report to the Ministry of Local Government. That is fine. But if what you are doing is in line with environment, ensure that it is done well. Because the MCE shouldn't be for Ministry for Environment or Ministry of Health or Ministry for Tourism. All of them are supposed to be in one, and ensure that the various departments under them in the various assemblies see to it that the various disciplines are handled well.
Interesting.
But the moment we segregate them, then somebody will tell you that this is not my work. Meanwhile, it is affecting the work that you have to do.
All right.
Finally, will you say the regional ministries, right? So, for example, Greater Accra, Ashanti region, will you say they also have a role? Because a lot of the time they go under the radar, but a lot happens with the assemblies. So, whilst the environment ministry is working to address this, will you say largely the regional ministers too ought to take a portion of the blame?
Yes, I wouldn't miss words on that. Yes, because the MMDAs that I mentioned, they all report to the regional minister. So the various ministries have to line straight with the regional ministers, and they have to ensure that the various things are done on the ground. But if you have Minister for Tourism going directly to the municipal assembly, then they take the regional department out, the regional minister out of the equation, which is wrong. They should rather channel whatever they want to do to the regional office and ensure that it trickles down and every department, every ministry has to work.
Wow.
All right.
And the MCs are there for all the various ministries, not for only one ministry.
Wow.
We should start from the basics and work on these things. If not, we would always talk about this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aqua. It was really nice having you on this conversation, and thank you for clearing things up and also sharing your thoughts on, the sanitation problem that we are facing, especially with the Odor River.
I wanted to buy coconut, and I told the coconut seller to,
cut it.
See, sort me out, get me one. It's like, he said, boss, me buy white. It's like, this guy. Then he went to the back there. He went to do his own thing. I showed it to pee, and he came back. No sanitizer, no water. Just went back to hold a coconut.
You just told him, no, it's okay.
I'm like, you know what? I've just realized I'm fasting, so it's okay. And again, a lot of interventions have been done. When it comes to like the wash sector, so water, sanitation, hygiene, like so much has been done, but as much as we do, we are still far behind. We should have been talking about placing like easy washing, and COVID, despite its
COVID
really
showed us how important it is, but then again, we are as human beings.
So for a very serious country, right? When COVID struck,
we should have been stuck to the practice.
Beyond even just like adapting the soft aspect of the positives COVID taught us, hand washing,
running water,
clean water, so all of those things, personal hygiene. It should have also, as a country, taught us that, we need to take issues around sanitation and hygiene very serious, because we will not survive a public health crisis. Thankfully, I think, our survival of COVID, and I say that with utmost respect to families that lost their loved ones, but as a country, the kind of effects it had on us compared to other countries, I think it was divine. Because if you had seen
and
the
thanks
rate,
to our climate.
So that is the divinity coming in. God, through his own wisdom, in the creation story, gave us this climate. Because we wouldn't have been able to survive the way we saw other countries, have their systems run out. So the point is that every serious country would have learnt from this setback. See, in the UK, there was, I think, the Halisbury disaster in a stadium. There and then they passed laws on safety checks, on security concerns at public grounds. That is how functional countries, operate. So COVID happened, we couldn't bother.
We washed our hand then. And
children, cholera outbreak. One community, 20 people died. We are still going as business. Nothing changes. So for me, it's worrying that it's like we are not making progress. Then we'll appoint a minister to then Charlie, she's keeping 1 million. They come and help us address sanitation problems in the country. They are keeping $1 million under your bed. Then that one has become a whole. I don't want to go there, but Chris, let's be real to the facts. And that one too will become a whole discussion.
Yeah.
Then for like
then we forget
3 months, she's not even focusing on the job.
Working.
And also, the problems are enormous. And for me, I don't know. Your place, is it clean? Your area, no?
It's developing.
East Legon Hills.
Well, my area, my access is developing, so yeah, it's still neat.
Charlie, you can see some refuse down there.
Until people come inside, but for now, it's just a few of us, so
yeah, I think your side, Nana Chrome, East Legon is relatively
we are okay.
Charlie,
until all of you start moving over.
You can see something in Kaneshi, and you'll have to just start beating fast.
But anyway, it was very important that we had this conversation. But before we go on a break, we'd like to remind you that the Agri Fair is coming up this Friday, and you definitely do not want to miss it. So it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it's happening at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park. It starts at 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. So come out there and buy all your livestock, or your vegetables, and your, agri-tech innovations that can help you in your agri-business. So if you're even looking to get into the business of piggery, fishery and also snail farming, the Agri fair. Training is going to be happening too, and you definitely do not want to miss any of the training clinics. So please come through. Come through.
Been told that if for nothing at all, eggs will be sold for 45 cedis.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how serious it is. So apparently there's
an egg problem.
There's an egg glut, so we are producing excess.
Exactly.
But we are being told that this is a problem. So it's not a production problem. It's a distribution problem. But the distribution was because, of course, you're producing more than necessary, and it's bought at the farm gate for 40 cedis.
Yeah, so the middleman.
So, of course, but transportation costs and other things. But they sell it for a whopping 70. In fact, you go to some places, they were selling egg for 75, 80 cedis. That's unconscionable.
It has not reached 80 in my area yet.
But 70, you buy eggs, but last time I bought for 70 cedis.
Yeah, I think it's 70 cedis.
And I gave delivery rider 15 cedis.
Right.
So that is 85.
So that saves you some costs.
So I'm
that's
going
why you
to
need
buy
to be
it for
at the
45
exactly.
cedis
That's why you need to be at the Agri fair. So you can buy a lot. You can buy a lot if you have a big family. So like I said, for the people who want to take part in the training clinics, all you need to do is call the number 0558 973 973 0558 973 973, and we are going to get trained in fish farming, snail farming, poultry, piggery, and 2026 is near, and definitely you might be looking for a side business, a side hustle. What can I get into? I heard agriculture is great, but I don't know what to get into. This is the training that you need to get into any of those industries. Don't miss out. So please call the number. It's going to be happening at the Ifwatland Children's Park, 28th to the 30th of November 2025, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. A very big thank you to our sponsors, IDH, Horticultural Business Platform, the DBG, that's Development Bank Ghana, LCIC, Gersol, Ghana Exim Bank, and then Agri Impact, and also supported by Twillium.
Charlie, have you tasted the Twillium Bigo cocktail?
No, I don't drink sodas.
Oh,
sorry. I only drink Twillium. No, I only drink their water.
You should try their London biscuit.
Okay, yes,
I eat the London biscuit,
but I don't drink soda.
You feel like you're in central London.
I love the biscuit.
Yeah, Twillium, amazing guys. Anyway, guys, we'll go on a quick break. When we're back, there's a lot more exciting conversations right here on Breakfast Daily. Don't go away.
Meet James. James has been searching for happiness for years. So we asked locals to point him to the source of their happiness. Until one fateful night, when his search finally came to an abrupt end. Find your happy place with GoTV. Get GoTV to enjoy a wide range of shows for the whole family. GoTV. Love it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winner, President and Chair of the Board of the Trade Finance Bank of Africa, Afri-Exim Bank, Professor Benedict O. Rama.
In navigating financial challenges in our region for sustainable development, when we look at challenges, we also know that challenge is one side of a coin. You have challenges, we also have opportunities. And that is why Afri-Exim Bank has grown the fastest in times of crisis.
I also thank organizers for considering me worthy of this prestigious award, which I will cherish all through my life.
The Africa Prosperity Champions Awards APCA and Presidential Gala Dinner unites visionaries from heads of state, business leaders, social change makers to innovators to celebrate African excellence in order to encourage a new generation of leaders. More than an awards ceremony, this event declares that Africa's narrative is one of triumph and prosperity. We celebrate a new story where African solutions guide us forward. Each honor exemplifies the vast potential of our continent. The 4th edition of the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards and Presidential Gala Dinner takes place on February 6, 2026 at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel in Accra, Ghana. To attend, you may contact +233 536 098325 or send an email to protocol@africaprosperity.network. You may also visit africaprosperitynetwork.com for your tickets now.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah, man. Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, be your family permanent. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This Christmas Eve, skip the ordinary and step into the extraordinary. Welcome to the Situation All White Party 2025, where the music never stops, the energy never drops, and the fun never ends. Celebrating grand style with great music, irresistible food, and an atmosphere that screams good vibes only. Date 24th December 2025. Venue Good Park near the Accra Mall. Time 8 p.m. till late. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Get ready for electrifying live performances from Kofi Kinata. Perez music. In Chin Chin Band. And DJ Mingle. Wear your best all-white fit. Bring your dancing shoes and let's light up the night together. Book your tables now. Call 0205-973-973. It's Christmas Eve. Don't miss it. Situation All White Party 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Bethel Logistics, and Hallmark Cafe.
Mini baby uncle, mini baby uncle.
Pre-seconds on Daddy Ghana. Are you ready? The Blue Magic is rising again as Pre-Sec Legon celebrates 87 years of unstoppable excellence. This year, Pre-Sec and the Odadie Global Association presents the electrifying 87th Speech and Prize Giving Day under the theme Celebrating Our Heritage, Shaping Future Leaders Through Discipline and Academic Excellence. The date, Saturday, 29th November. The time, 9:30 a.m. sharp. The venue, Pre-Sec Legon Ceremonial Grounds. The chairman, Odadie Edmond Ahadome, executive partner, the Adome Group Limited. Guest of honor, Right Reverend Dr. Abraham Nana Opare Kwache, moderator, General Assembly, PCG. The guest speaker, Odadie Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Minister of Foreign Affairs. And this year's mega celebration is proudly powered by the unstoppable Odadie Y2K Group, the torchbearers of the Blue Flame. Come witness the energy, the brilliance, the heritage. This is Pre-Sec. This is excellence on full display. Oh, come along and join us. Pre-Sec at 87. In thy light, we shall see light.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. It's now time for a conversation on arguably the biggest agri fair happening in the country. The first phase happened somewhere in June, and because it was too good and you called for, a second edition, we listened to all of those calls and we're bringing it to you back again. Happening at the Far Sutherland Children's Park from the 28th, 29th, and the 30th of November 2025. We brought some exhibitors to come and talk to us about what they are going to showcase at the fair, so you have a fair idea of what to expect. It's a pleasure having in studio from Port Inn, Mr. Amonu.
Yes.
Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you.
Amazing. There's also Emmanuel Amwa, who is with Aglo Chicken, and he's a marketing officer.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Amonu is managing director. I know my boss Bernard would say you're a big man. Amazing. So the MD of Protein and also Aglo Chicken. I can say you're in the same space.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'll start off with you, Amonu. Port Inn sounds like a very nice name, right? But I want to believe port as in poultry, right?
Yes.
What's the business about?
Okay. So, good morning to all your viewers. Yes, Port Inn is one of the leading companies, suppliers of agro inputs in Ghana. We are poultry buyers, so we deal in day-old chicks, veterinary drugs, and then equipment. So basically,
day-old chicks, veterinary drugs,
and then equipment
for livestock, or for chickens or every other livestock.
Okay. So as you heard the name, more. The more comes with other things. So some product of ours, it's able to help piggery, sheep, goats, and stuff like that. Yes.
Wow. So poultry.
But we do more of the poultry stuff. Yes.
Interesting. So you sell like equipment for feeding.
Equipment, the drinkers, feeders, debeakers, or everything you will need.
One-stop shop
to start your poultry farm, even for automated cages. Yes, we sell everything. We do installation of automated cages, everything.
Well, how about the one they use the wood and the plywood?
So the plywood and the wood, those ones are called the deep litter system. So all the products you see here are for the deep litter system. But we have specialized machines where you stay at your corner, just operate it with your phone or your laptop. Those ones too, we do that.
Can you do supplies for large scale, like
farmers? Yes. So those large scale farmers are the ones that normally go for the automated houses, like those that are doing like 100,000 to 1 million bears. Yes.
What you want to do, like a backyard farming, maybe manage some few chickens in my house?
We have everything.
I can come to you
straight.
So are you also telling me that they were chicken? So you were into akokon kitten
Everything
before Muhammad and Kopoku started going up and down?
I mean, we've been doing this business for like 9 years now.
Wow.
So, I mean, we've been doing chicken for a very long time.
So you started this whole akokon kitten
long time ago. We've been supplying chicks. We've been doing all the different types of akokon kitten.
Wow, that's interesting to know. But how is business generally?
Generally, it's better. I would say now people are getting to know that poultry is not just a side hustle. It's a business that people can actually go into. And so now, I mean, it's far better than before. Yes.
Far better than before. There's an old issue around egg glut. You know, it's dominated headlines in the past couple of weeks. I would like to hear what your issues are. I'll come to you on that. We know that it's not necessarily a production problem, more of a distribution problem.
Yeah.
So I'll need you to address that briefly for us on the show. But let me come to Mr. Amwa.
Yes, sir.
Emmanuel Amwa.
Yes, sir.
Aglo Chicken.
Yes.
No, I like your logo. It's like some chickens or things. And it's fully Ghanaian.
Yes.
Wow. So what's the business model?
Okay, so for a little story or background of Aglo Chicken. So Aglo Chicken is actually a subsidiary under Aglo Farms Limited.
Okay.
And Aglo Farms has been a 30-year-old business. And
30-year-old?
Yes, 30-year-old business. We began with the supplies of fertilizer
95.
Yes, fertilizer supplies to farmers, and as time went on, we decided to venture into the poultry industry. So for the last 2 years, we set out to start our production, our processing, and then marketing. So as we speak now, it's a vertically integrated company whereby we do the production here in Ghana, we do the processing here. We have a processing plant which is in Potting. Gomwa, in the Gomwa district, Potting in the Gomwa district, and
that's Gomwa West.
Gomwa West, yes. And in a year, annually, we are able to do about 2 million birds. As we are able to process 2 million birds
in a year.
It's a single shift. So we have like monthly, we are doing around 200,000 birds monthly. So we do this processing and then we sell. We have institutional off-takers also. We have people like, for example, I cited an example that if you are a lover of KFC, we are privileged to supply KFC also with some of our produce or some of our birds.
Big institutions, big like food joints, restaurants.
Yes.
How about like some of the big supermarkets? Now you have like super shopping centers.
Yes. You know? So you realize that this has been a 2-year-old plan, and for the past year, we then added, initially it was the production and processing, but we decided to make it vertically integrated, add a marketing bit also onto it, whereby then we don't only produce for these large companies, but also we have our own product which we sell out onto the market, freshly produced from us onto the consumer.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. So Aglo Chicken, is it safe to say that it's only chicken you do or other birds as well?
So currently we are on the broiler system, so most of our birds are broilers, and as we look at the market analysis as we journey on, we are looking at introducing layers also, because you know, for the Ghanaian, some people prefer the layers, what they properly call the hard chicken, but currently we are looking at the broilers to produce more, and then
when are you adding ostrich?
Very soon.
I hear their meat is very nice.
Yeah, very soon. As we journey along, you know, we have come to stay, so it's going to be
growing.
Yes, it's growing.
I love the story. 30 years, amazing. So listening to both of you clearly, it looks as though there's capacity from the local farmer. Like you have the capacity to. So what is the problem really? And let me just come to you, Amonu. You've been at the Agri Fair before.
Yeah.
What was your experience like last year?
Last year,
it was actually this year in June.
This year, yes.
It was like long ago. I know.
It was really amazing. I must say, it was surprising to me that on a normal exhibition we could do the kind of sales we were doing.
Wow.
It was really something that I didn't think of, because I came with some product at the back of my car, and I was thinking, we were just going to exhibit,
just show to people see,
so that people
you didn't know that people were serious about buying.
Before we even set our table, somebody came in and was asking, were you the one that came to a course show?
Yeah.
And you were saying things. I said yes. So okay, I want this, and he gave me a list.
You don't mean it.
A list of things, and I was like, oh, okay.
Just
So
like that.
I called our driver to bring certain things because looking at how things are going, maybe we could sell. And then we brought that. Yeah, that was. I mean, I've been to a lot of exhibitions.
Yeah.
Even around that time, I had just come from China.
Okay.
And I went to the Canton Fair, the biggest exhibition in the world.
Yeah.
And it was the same thing. Nobody was selling anything to us. So I was thinking it was going to be the same thing. And then this guy comes with a tall list of things he wants because he has heard of me. So we bought double of what he wanted. He came, he picked everything, paid in full. And then another guy came with another list. Now we had to call the driver to bring things again. So we called the driver to bring, let's say, 100 pieces of everything. And then just after everybody started coming in, you know, in the morning it was a bit slow. But when it was getting around 12, I was surprised that on Friday people were actually leaving. I was thinking, were they leaving work to come or what? And then we had another tall list. So I said, okay, driver, where do you? He said, oh, I'm here. No, okay, you come. Call the other guy to also bring.
And this was Friday.
This was Friday.
I don't. So then by Sunday you were just.
By Sunday we had conquered. I mean, Echo was at our table and it was marvel the way people were coming. The people were just buying.
How many shops do you have now?
Now we have 2 shops, and let me tell you a story of the other shop. After the Agri fair, there I think on Saturday we had 4 people from Pantine and then 1-2 from Kofodia. They were like, oh. We've been seeing your post on Facebook and stuff, but we didn't know you have a shop. And I said, oh, we have a shop. We have different places that we sell. But if you want anything to be sent to you in Kofodia, we can send from our Dansoman shop. And he said, oh, you guys should open one around Medina for us. We left the Agri fair Sunday, Monday. People started calling. We hear you've opened a shop. I said, no, we didn't open any shop. Not knowing they were confusing our brand for another brand that is in Medina, Pantine Junction. Yeah. So they thought it was that, so they were going there to buy. So I realized, no, Charlie, we are losing market. So we drove
all the way there
to Pantine, and lucky we got a shop. So our new shop was actually inspired by Agri fair.
This is an incredible testimony, and you have to pay tithe. It's very important. Fifi Amonu shared an incredible testimony, testimonial on how this has been interactive. Have you been to the Agri fair before?
So we have partnerships with Agri Impact. So I think last year we were with Agri Impact.
Okay.
Yes, and it was as Fifi also said, it was mind blowing to know that people would want to come out on a Friday to come and buy your produce. And as you go to these exhibitions and you have it at the back of your mind that, oh, you're just going to let people see your brand or brand awareness. But the impact of people buying from you and you making sales on these 3 days, it was quite amazing.
Interesting. So last year you were under the umbrella of Agri Impact. Last June. Yes, in June. You were under the umbrella of Agri Impact, but now you are coming on your own.
Yes, we are
fully
coming
full. No, that sounds amazing. In 30 seconds, and I'll start off with you, Manuel. What should our viewers and also patrons who will be coming to the fair expect from Agro Chicken?
Okay.
Is this what you have on display?
Yeah.
So this.
So we currently have
this gizzard, right?
Yes, gizzard 1 kg. Yes, our 1 kg gizzard, which is going for 40 cedis.
It looks like it will have a new home after.
Yes, of course. It will have a new home.
And that's the family pack.
So the family pack is 2 full bears we've already cut. We've done everything, the feathering and everything. We've cut them into a wonderful package. You know, one thing people have, the misconception people have with locally produced products is that it doesn't look nice. It doesn't appear attractive. So we decided to look for
packaging is solid.
Yes,
I was going
to look for something that would stand out even when you see it. And also the freshness, you know, we are bringing to the consumers fresh, locally raised birds. So it's not, as people would say, it's these akukofos, as they say it, that would have been there for months. These are fresh birds we've done there.
And you can assure us that it will be cheaper at the fair than at the...
Of course.
I love the sound of that.
Of course.
Fifi.
Yes, sir.
No, Charlie, you bring plenty things. Like, syringe and this syringe, is it for...
Yeah, for vaccination and stuff like that.
So there's the biocide, there's the syringe, there's the So many things.
So many things.
This is the feed, right?
This is for drinking. Yes.
So all of this will be available at the fair.
At the fair. At the previous one we did the wholesale prices. Probably that was why we were selling a lot, because we heard on radio several times that everybody is bringing at farm gate prices.
Okay.
So we were also doing at wholesale prices. And then when you come and you order anything above 1,000 cedis, we were also going to give you 10% discount.
Hey,
yes,
10%. No, say that again. 10% discount for every sale above
1,000 cedis.
No, you did form. You are a major guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that is the package we are coming with. Aside that, we are also promoting young people to also go into poultry. So we have designed a package for everybody with as low as 1,200 cedis. You can start your own cooking.
No, you are doing something. You are trying to hack the system. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, so with as low as 1,200, we are going to give you the checks, we'll give you all the medicines you need, we'll give you all the equipment to take care of. To start your own poultry farm.
Wow, there's also the clinic. I hope you can pass around to share some
insights.
Yes.
Amazing. Last time we were there.
Guys, that's all time will allow us for. Thank you so much for your time, Emmanuel Amwa, who is marketing officer with Aglo Chicken. Oh, the chicken is Aglo. It's like, it's happy. Yeah. And of course, Fifi Amonu, who is the managing director for Port Inn. Everything you need to set up your poultry, your poultry farm, from day-old chickens to feeding equipment. And I have with me egg layer booster. There's also herbal worm remover, and there's anti-heat stress powder, anti-stress thermic powder. Oh no, that's French. So guys, everything you need, one-stop shop. It will be live at the Agri Fair. It's now time to bring you some entertainment highlights, the big entertainment stories, all put together, curated perfectly for your viewing pleasure. Let's take a look.
Well, hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome, and this is proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Now let's jump into our first highlight. Now, South African music icon Nasty C has revealed that he once smoked heavily and drank every day during long studio sessions with friends. In an interview on Joy Prime TV, he said the lifestyle became normal until smoking began affecting his mental health, causing anxiety and paranoia. He quit smoking abruptly, saying he just stopped. The rapper has also significantly reduced his alcohol intake, now drinking only occasionally during work or public events. Now his comment took us into his world, where we got a rare glimpse into how he overcame habits that once dominated his daily life. We wish this music legend a happy stay in Ghana. Daddy Lumba's immediate family has rejected the announced funeral date of 13 December, saying it is impossible due to ongoing investigations into his death, academic commitments of his children abroad, and inadequate notice for relatives and fans overseas. They accused Ebusuapinian Kofi Owusu and a dissolved funeral committee of ignoring mediation agreements and making unauthorized decisions, including sinking clause into some amount of money. Now, despite the family's objections, another faction insists the funeral will happen, and backed by the Menchia Palace, this dispute highlights deep divisions over the arrangements for the High Life legend, who died in July at the age of 60. Ghanaian music legend Kojo Entry marked his birthday with a charitable gesture, donating medical supplies to Wejagbawe Municipal Hospital in Accra. The legendary musician, known as Mr. Music Man, celebrated the day with his wife and friends, expressing gratitude for life and music. He praised hospital staff for their dedication and reaffirmed his commitment to supporting the community. Entry, one of Ghana's most enduring music icons, continues to shape the industry after more than 40 years of success. And we say a happy birthday to the legend, Kojo Entry. Now let's get into Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
Number 10. Number 9. Number 8.
See what we done. No be talk with the show working every day come till eternity.
Number 7.
When you're in Gadam, they am having guns, they have
Number 6.
Yeah, yes, won't be a friend. Phone it at DND. Yeah, can guy PMP. Phone it at DND.
Number 5.
Every fine, every chicolos, it's if I will go. Now my head is throw. Yadania Koshifo. Oh, my estre.
Number 4.
I'm not gonna never want you.
Number 3.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy 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 giddy. Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy 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 giddy. Fire, fire.
Number 2.
Jerry, I come in come. And you be any young I'm watching your bicycle over you, so paddle no one so in Jimia. First day I'm at the Musia, Shazamina, Moshaya, Subewunda.
Number 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And that's all for today's entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. Stay tuned for more exclusive stories, interviews, and viral moments from Ghana's vibrant entertainment scene. Visit GhanaWeekend.com and follow Ghana Weekend on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, and Facebook for your daily dose of showbiz buzz, music updates, and the behind-the-scenes action. Don't just read it, live it, share it, and stay plugged in. This was presented by Ni Komite Kome.
Hello everyone, it's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Now we're about to get into another conversation, and it still has to do with the Agri Fair that's going to be happening on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I hope you're getting ready. I hope you are ready to break that susu box that you've been keeping, because it's time to go shopping for everything Christmas meals. All right, all your veggies, all your livestock is going to be right there. If you want to get into a new business in the agri sector, everything's going to be right there. Anyway, right now it's time for us to, talk AgriFest still. And Michael Mauli Dusor, who's the team lead of an events and partnership when it comes to Legacy Crop Improvement Center. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Hello. Grace.
You are welcome.
I'm good.
Are you excited to be here?
Very, very
excited. Relax. You seem a little bit tense, but everything's going to be happening on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So just get relaxed and let's talk about it. I mean, you have been part of the Agri Fair before. The last one you were a sponsor to, yes. And now you're coming back again as a sponsor. Why are you coming back?
Okay, so seed is essential to the agribusiness value chain, and without seed you can't plant anything.
Right.
Yes. So we try to be on Agri Fair to exhibit what we have, our technologies. Yes, because
Right.
we are essential to the value chain.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what do you even do with?
Okay, so we deal in maize seed, cowpea seed, chili pepper.
Sorry, cowpea seed. A lot of people don't understand cowpea
Okay,
seed.
so what they use for gobe. Yes,
the
that's-
gobe, the beans.
Yes, the beans.
Okay,
Yes, and we have okra seeds.
Right.
Yes,
And it's all here in Ghana.
yes, we produce them all here in Ghana.
Oh, wow,
Yes.
that's interesting.
But this year we are bringing on our new discovery, which is in Legacy 52 seed maize, which gives you 12 tons per hectare, and also it's climate smart and it stays green.
Legacy 52
Yes, maize seed.
maize seeds.
Yes.
And what's so special about this seed, though?
So that's what I said, that it gives you more yield. That's 8 tons per hectare. Yes, and also stays green and it's climate smart. That means it can withstand the drought, and also it's good for our harsh condition.
Right. I'm curious. You know, you've just said so much about this seed right now. I'm curious. Is it organic?
Yes, they are all organic.
Do you guys pair them together to create one? New
Yes,
ones?
so they go through breeding.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So you put them together and say, okay, this and this will make a good pair,
Yes.
and they're going to become
So
this.
it's like selection, a male and a female. You do the selection, the one which is beautiful, like just like you are going to look for a
Right.
woman in the market, and that's how
Wow. And what's the growth period like, or the yielding period to, you know, get something out of it?
it is. Okay, so with the seed maize, it matures early. Within 85 days, it's ready for harvest.
Within 85 days?
Yes.
This particular one?
Yes.
Wow.
So you don't need to be worried about the drought, because by the time you face the drought, it's ready to harvest.
Right. And you also said something very important. You said it can actually withstand the drought and it's good for the climate.
Yes.
Did you actually have to think about it before producing it? When you were trying to cross the two seeds to breed this, did you say, okay, we want something that can actually withstand the drought?
Oh yes, because of our harsh weather condition, you know, especially in the north, they only have one season with a lot of sunshine all over. So we need to do something to. Let's say
mitigate the problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wow. This is actually very interesting because we just hear about seeds, but you know, breeding seeds and crossing them and everything. I haven't really thought about it, but this is actually very interesting. If you can do it to animals, why can't you do it to seeds? Yes. That's very interesting. So how long has Legacy Improvement been in the system for?
So this year we were 10 years.
Oh,
Yes,
10 years. And how has it been so far?
Oh, it's been good.
It's been good.
Quite good.
Yeah.
And always we are trying to improve on what we have, and we are trying to bring in new technologies into the system.
Right. So how was the Agri Fair last year? I mean this year, sorry.
Okay, so
this year,
last year too we were there.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Last year.
It wasn't Agri Fair.
Okay, that was okay.
It was something else.
Okay, yes, okay.
Right.
Okay, so this year it was, you know, we came just to do, let's say, visibility. We wanted people to see the product. But you know, the first day where we came, after midday, everything got finished. So
Everything got finished?
Yeah, we had to go back. You know, where we are to is far.
Right.
Yes, we are in Koforidia. So we had to go back to Koforidia to bring goods. You know, we came and it was late. So we had to...
And use it for the next day?
Next day, we had to... Yes, we had to write people's names down with their orders and deliver to them.
So this year, I mean, like this edition, you're ready?
Oh, very ready.
You're not going to run out again?
No, we are ready for them.
Okay, so you have new seeds for us to check out and all of that.
Exactly.
Anyway, so what are your final words to people watching right now?
Okay, so this year's Agri Fair, I'm urging everyone to be there. Just come with your expectations and we will meet your expectations for you.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from Michael Mawuli Duso, who's the team lead of events and partnership, in charge of events and partnership at the Legacy Crop Improvement Center. And they are actually one of our sponsors when it comes to the Agri Fair. And you've heard it from him. They are into seeds. So, if you want any seeds, maize and the black eyed peas.
Yes.
Yes. So you want any seeds, the black eyed peas, and which one again?
Chili pepper.
Chili pepper, and then okra.
Yes.
Yes.
So the chili is Legacy Champion, and the okra is Legacy Master.
Wow, they have names for all that. Yeah. But anyway, you're going to see more of them at the Agri Fair happening on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the F1 Sutherland Children's Park. You do not want to miss any of this. They're bringing the seeds. You can definitely plant some behind your backyard, your lands that you're not using. If you want to get into farming, these are the people that you actually need to meet. And excitingly, this new maize, formulation that they have come up with that sprouts up within how many days? 65 days?
85 days.
85 days.
And it's ready.
85 days and it's ready. I think this is good business. Anyway, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you right here on the show. All right, welcome back. It's still another conversation right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you're watching us, this is Breakfast Daily coming to you live. Now, we are going to be talking about the Ghana Energy Awards 2025. And Kwame Atiasi, who's the Deputy Manager and Corporate Communications at the Ghana Energy Awards. How are you, Kwame? How are you doing?
I'm doing so well.
Everything's okay? I'm fine, thank you. You're welcome to my show, Breakfast Daily.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's get straight into it. Ghana Energy Awards 2025. First of all, why Ghana Energy Awards?
All right, thank you once again for having us this morning. One thing for us as organizers, as the Energy Media Group, that we realized about the energy sector is the need to create an awareness and appreciation for the efforts of those driving our sector and then our economy, and by extension, our development as a country. And so about 8 years ago, this year happens to be our 9th edition, we saw the need to create a platform that can recognize and honor the various individuals, companies, and then institutions that are driving progress in the energy sector. And through our platform, what we seek to do is to honor people who can more or less position us as a country and then position our economy in a way that other sectors, other countries can also appreciate us. And that's how the whole concept of the Ghana Energy Awards came about. We've been running it for 8 editions, and this year's edition, which is the 9th one, is one that we are confident would even be much more better than any other edition we've had.
Great. But how is the energy sector doing in Ghana right now?
Yes, that comes to one of the things that defines us as an award scheme. Every year we try to sit back and then assess how the energy sector is going, and then the current trends and challenges that the sector players are facing. And so each year we come up with a theme that defines the direction of the awards. And so this year, one of our major endorsements, which happens to be the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, the ministry, in consultation with our awarding panel, sat down and then looking at the sector, saw the need to come up with a theme that resonates with what is currently happening. And then the theme for this year is repositioning the energy sector as a pillar of national development. Now, this theme reflects what's happening in the energy sector, in that there is this growing collective recognition that the energy sector is more or less like the engine that's driving our economy. And so all the other sectors, I saw my brothers from the Agri Fair and all of that. So all the other sectors depend on us for reliable, sustainable, and most importantly, affordable energy. Because once these 3 things are not met, it tends to affect every other sector. And so what we also try to do with our theme is to challenge sector players to look beyond their operations and then see how we can all position the energy sector strategically to drive national development.
All right, so what distinguishes the Ghana Energy Award from other award schemes?
Usually when that question comes up, I like to segment it into 3 things. Yes, so the first would be transparency. And I would rather start with credibility instead of transparency because on the field of credibility, it's important that we position the awards as a brand that everyone can associate with. One thing we've realized in Ghana is there are a lot of award schemes coming up. So many. And then we've had a lot of issues that have popped up.
So many.
So it's important that as organizers on our part, we involve the right stakeholders in what we do. And then the first step in doing that was to get the endorsement of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. And they've been our major partner since the inception of the awards. So for the local recognition, we've been able to establish that partnership. On the international scene, we also have a partnership with the World Energy Council Future Energy Leaders Ghana. And what that does is also to give us that global recognition as an award scheme. Each year, we also strive to get other endorsements to give us that robustness. And earlier this year, we announced a partnership with the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, that's COMAC. And we believe such endorsements add up to our credibility as an award scheme. The transparency, which I skipped earlier, is also a very key thing that defines us. For us, we have a very robust evaluation structure, which has a foundation that is divided into different layers. The first one is the role of the awarding panel I mentioned. And so we don't necessarily use a voting system. We have an awarding panel, which is made up of experts, energy experts. It's led by lawyer Kwame Jantoa, who is a board member on the GNPC, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, and then he's aided by the former chairman of the former board chairman of the Energy Commission, who is currently the ambassador of Ghana to the Republic of Hungary. That's His Excellency Dr. Kwame Ampofo. And then there's Dr. Jemima Nunu, Professor Felix Asante, and then Dr. Lawrence Tete. Now, they are also aided by a group of technical experts who also go on the field to run assessments on the nominations and projects that we receive. And then they provide this detailed information to the awarding panel to aid in the scoring process. Once that is done, we also have a group of independent validators. That's Casely Brook Law Firm and then the Forvis Mazars. Forvis Mazars validates the entire awarding process and collates the results, which takes that responsibility away from us as organizers.
So that means you've done your homework.
Done our homework.
You've done your homework. You've tried to get the right people.
The right people.
You know, so there wouldn't be any issues of, oh no, these people got the award.
Exactly.
These people, you know, this is a cheat and that. But then again, what are some of the categories that we should be looking out for when it comes to this award?
So in line with our theme, each year it tends to affect the categories that we outdoor. This year, at our media launch, which happened in September, we outdoored 26 competitive categories. But then one thing that was reiterated by our awarding panel at the launch event was that should we have nominations coming in that do not meet the criteria set for these categories, we as an award scheme will be willing to drop these categories. And so staying true to that commitment to uphold excellence, even though we outdoored 26 categories, we've dropped 2 of them. And then we are sticking with 24 competitive categories for this year. And some include the Energy Personality of the Year, which is the Apex Award. It's divided into both the male and female because we realize that the energy sector is also a male-dominated industry. And so we want to recognize the efforts of women doing well like yourself in the energy space. And other categories include the CEO of the Year Petroleum. There's the Energy Sector Operational Resilience Award. And for our friends in the media, we have the Energy Reporter of the Year.
Ooh,
you have a business desk here, which has a lot of energy-related content. And so I'm hopeful that in the years ahead, we can also recognize certain talents that are doing well over here.
Right, well. So what can guests and nominees and the public actually look forward for when it comes to this award?
Prestige, excellence. Nothing short of that.
I like how you're straightforward with the answers. But now, finally, share the details, venue. Do we need to get tickets? Is it free? What do we need to know? Okay, so ideally what we try to create is a fair awarding process. And so for our nominees, they are entitled to free complimentary tickets at no cost, which means that all through our awarding process, if you try to apply for the award, you are shortlisted, you are nominated, you win, you are not paying anything. And so for them, we give them free tickets. But should outsiders want to participate in the event, then we sell tickets at the cost.
they would have to get in touch with the award secretariat on 030 3940 300 030 3940 300 or via info@GhanaEnergyAwards.com.
Right.
This year we have the Honorable Minister of Energy, that's Honorable Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapo. He will be our special guest, and then he will be supported by Nishant Kumar Sharma, who is the executive co-chair of the World Energy Trilemma, and then Sophie Rose, who is the director of membership at the World Energy Council. One thing we also like to do is to show appreciation to our industry partners who have been with us over the years. And so if you permit me, I would like to also acknowledge them. So our industry partners include the Volta River Authority, JK Hogo Transport and Company, Bui Power Authority, Petrosol Platinum Energy, Menergy Technology, Ghana Gas, Bust Energies, Gridco, Comac, GMPC, Sonona Sogli, MPA, PURC, ECG, Energy Commission, and then COPEC Ghana. And then lastly, we also show appreciation to Channel 1 for partnering us on the media front.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming here to talk about this. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from him. It's all about the Ghana Energy Awards 2025 that's going to be coming up. So if you want a ticket, call the number. What's the number?
030 3940 300.
Okay. All right, so we've been speaking to Kwame Atiasi, who's the Deputy Manager and in charge of corporate communications at the Ghana Energy Awards. We want to say a very big thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
And up next, we'll be having another conversation on Zaduki Arts Festival. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Ghana, get ready! Agri-Fair 2025 is gonna be extraordinary this November. Fresh farm produce, fish, poultry, and livestock producers, this is your moment. Join us from Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November 2025 at the Ifo Sutherland Children's Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Come get your fresh produce, livestock, aquaculture, agro-inputs, machinery, and innovative agri-tech solutions. Plus, don't miss our Agri-Fair clinics on snail farming, poultry farming, fish farming, and piggery. Call to register, but hurry. Registration closes on Friday the 21st of November 2025. Expect sizzling kebabs, farm-to-table deals, and a buzzing farmers market experience. Call 0558-973-973 to book a stand right now and also to register for the clinics.
I like pork, so I will take pork. The protein ratio is 11.5.
Agri-Fair 2025, where culture meets innovation.
I must commend City FM and Channel 1 TV for putting this together. My only wish is that it's done, twice a month, 3 times a month.
I will say the fair has taken us beyond what we even imagined.
Really?
It has exposed us to the people of Accra.
The Agri-Fair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gersal, Ghana Exim Bank, and Agri Impact.
This is AFCON, my friend. Everything is a competition. Everything.
Join our family for AFCON Morocco 2025 from 21 December to 18 January. Available on DSTV and GoTV.
In December 2023, the biggest play in the history of African theatre made its debut.
Before Ogun, the god of iron, I stand on oath.
You saw it.
We sent you all the way to Ileife to bring us greetings from Ifa.
By popular demand And in honor of Maoli Selevo, Image Bureau, in partnership with April Communications and the National Theatre, presents The Gods Are Not to Blame this December 17th, 7 p.m., 18th, 7 p.m., and 19th, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. at the National Theatre. Visit www.imagebureaugh.com or dial *714*46# for your tickets. Single 250 cedis, double 400 cedis. Supported by New Plant Car Rentals, Ghana Tourism Authority, Balakwa. Sponsors Stambic Bank, our media partners, and proudly brought to you by MTN.
It's a privilege joining us in studio to have a conversation, very brief one, on the upcoming Zaduki Arts Festival, scheduled to take place from the 8th to the 14th of December this year. Creative Officer Ajete Anand, who needs no introduction whatsoever, is in studio to just give us brief updates on this, as well as Francis Agri, who's Operations Manager with Meraki Arts Africa. Yeah. Amazing. Ajete Anand, good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Kind of a catchy, promotional material.
That's right.
What's all of this about?
Yeah, so as you rightly said, Zaduki, it's a creative arts festival that we're putting up. It's a week long, and Meraki Arts Africa is a creative company that wifey and I co-founded, which is made up of a synergy between business professionals and then the creative, professionals as well. And we thought that, look, you can put up, the best content, all the aesthetics, but if you don't make a business case, your art is going nowhere. Sure. And so that called for, having that synergy of the business professionals and of course the creatives as well, so that we can, close that gap that has existed, for so long, where creatives are not able to really, get the value that they need, the worth that should come to them. And so that's the brain behind, Meraki Arts Africa. And as we started putting up this somewhat 2 years ago, and we wanted this to be a yearly thing associated with us, because we think that it's time for us to really showcase what we have authentically, what we breathe, what we eat, what we drink. And the timing too is also very crucial, because then that December is where the whole world is here in Ghana, and therefore we have the December in GH endorsing this as well.
Well, that's big.
Exactly. It also gives an opportunity to really tell, showcase to the world what we have authentically. Yeah.
With everybody coming in, for the fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Francis, what went into putting this together, right? So operations manager, I'm sure it's an elaborate project you're on, right? Mm-hmm. Talk to us briefly about what went into the kind of thinking that went into this project.
Right. So yes. So the first thing we thought about was to have, like you said, an annual creative arts festival, and which would showcase, performing arts, dance, theater, photography, crafts, and also highlight emerging artists as well as the professionals. So we collaborated with a lot of creative arts companies, like Farmhouse Productions, Fifi Coleman Productions, Lodoto Arts, and after creating these big companies, we put them together and decided that why don't we show people for 1 week every single thing that we can in the creative arts industry. So there's going to be storytelling by Lododo Arts. There's going to be animations by Parables. Village Minds Productions will bring out a show. Noyam Dance Factory, Vivi's Dance Factory. And Farmhouse will also be showing Zaduki movie, which was created by Ivan Kwashiga. Yeah.
So maybe you should sign me on board as one of your dancers. I'm one of the best in this. Really? Yeah, I'm not really joking. Anyway, Ajete, we know you, we know the work you do, we know the quality stuff you put out. What should we expect, right? What should patrons and all the viewers watching, when we come for the arts festival, what should we expect that will be different from what we've seen other people do in recent time?
Well, I think that, the true art, originality, authenticity, we're also ensuring that the family is not left out in this. Most of the time, we kind of sideline the family because of our own, goals and motivations. But then we also are, for Saturday, for example, we're having a family day out where the kids is all for the kids and to come out there to have an educational time and have fun, entertainment. We're having the schools also being part of this. I mean, Motown, Laboni, and the rest are coming in as well. We're going to have series of workshops as well. So it's not just about coming in to just have fun, but there's also the education aspect as well, where we throw more light on what we should know. I think that it's high time that lots of our young people are really introduced to this, and also in the physical, I think that we most of the time they read about it, but they don't experience it themselves. And so they come in there, they will have that experience.
I love the sound of incorporating family in all of this. But time is not on our side. Maybe we should sit down and talk about the Meraki Club some other time. But thank you so much for your time this morning. It's an absolute privilege having you. So the 8th to the 14th
of December.
And the time,
School of Performing Arts, University of Ghana, Legon.
School of Performing Arts, near the gate.
That's right, the forecourt there, from 9 to evening 10 p.m.
Ajeti Anand, Creative Officer, Meraki Arts Africa, and Francis Agri, Operations Manager, also with Meraki Arts Africa. They've promised us that they'll come back so we have an extended conversation on what they do. But that's all time will allow us for today's edition of your favorite, morning TV show, Breakfast Daily, with me, Jude Duncan. Of course, I did a show with Chris Carter earlier. Nana Tufo Boateng started off the show with the news review segment. We take a that's it for the show. I was going to say we'll take a break, but guys, that's it for the show. Catch you same time tomorrow. Bye bye and be good.